I declare open this public hearing of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security for its review of the Security Legislation Amendment, Critical Infrastructure Protection Bill 2022. These are public proceedings, although the committee may agree to a request to have evidence heard in camera or may determine that certain evidence should be heard in camera. The hearing today is being conducted by video conference for nearly all participants. This panel format has been chosen by the committee to ensure that evidence can be obtained from the majority of submitters to the review and appropriate representative bodies, and to enable the committee to capture the main thematic concerns and areas for consideration regarding the bill. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee that they are protected by parliamentary privilege unless you are giving evidence from outside of Australia. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Parliament as a contempt. In accordance with the committee's resolutions of 4 July 2019, this hearing will be broadcast on the Parliament's website, and the proof and official transcripts of proceedings will be published on the Parliament's website. In a moment, I'll welcome each of the representatives and I'll invite you to state your name and position for the Hansard record. But I'll just get through a few other items of business first. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded Hansard, and as I said earlier, retracts parliamentary privilege. For this hearing, the committee has asked that any opening statements be written and forwarded to the Secretariat prior to the hearing. These statements will be incorporated into the Hansard transcript if they are provided by the requested date. Otherwise, they'll be published as supplementary submissions for the relevant witnesses. This will allow for the fullest discussion to occur during the hearing today. Additionally, due to the very short time frame that the committee is undertaking to complete this review in, please try and answer all questions or provide the information to the best of your ability in your evidence today, as written further answers will have to be provided within 24 hours if you undertake to provide any, and I've asked committee members equally, if possible, not to place questions on notice given the very tight turnaround that you would be required to meet. So we now go back to our witnesses, and I'll ask you to state your name and position for the Hansard record, starting with the Communications Alliance.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is John Stanson. I'm the Chief Executive Officer at Communications Alliance Limited.
Thank you. We'll go to BSA.
Good morning. My name is Jared Ragland. I'm Senior Director for the Asia Pacific region for BSA, the Software Alliance. I'm based in Singapore.
Thank you. AU Domain Administration?
Yes, it's Bruce Tonkin. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for the .au Domain Administration.
Thank you. The Australian Information Industry Association?
Thank you. Simon Bush, General Manager, Policy and Advocacy, and I have joining me Angela Gabriel Palmer as well.
Thank you. We'll just get Ms. Palmer to introduce herself as well for the Hansard record.
Good morning, Angela Gabriel Palmer, Public Policy and Governance Advisor to the Australian Information Industry Association.
Thank you. Internet Association of Australia? You might be on mute there.
There's always one, isn't there? Hello, Narelle Clark, Chief Executive Officer of the Internet Association of Australia, and I have...
Hi, there's Sophie Dube, the Policy Officer at Internet Association of Australia.
Thank you. Amazon Web Services?
Good morning. I'm Roger Somerville. I'm the Director and Head of Public Policy for ANZ.
Thank you. Do you have a colleague who is going to be with you today?
Yes, I do. He's actually still in the process of, and I think he's hit a technical issue.
That's right. I've just got a notification that he's joining. I'll come back to him. I'll just go to the other colleagues first. Palo Alto Networks.
Good morning, Sarah Sloan, Head of Government Affairs and Public Policy, Australia and New Zealand.
Thank you. Microsoft.
Good morning, Tim Neal, Government Affairs Manager at Microsoft.
Thank you. And the Cybersecurity Cooperative Research Centre.
Anne-Louise Brown, Director of Corporate Affairs and Policy at the Cybersecurity Cooperative Research Centre.
Thank you. And then just coming back to Mr. Kavanagh from AWS, if you could just state your name and position for the Hansard record if you're now on the line.
Yes, it's James Kavanagh, Senior Manager of Security Assurance for Amazon Web Services.
Great. Now, have I missed anyone? Is there anyone on the call who will be giving evidence today who hasn't introduced themselves? If not, thank you. We'll proceed to questions. I'll start and then I'll offer the call to colleagues. Firstly, thank you to all of you for the submissions that you made, which are very helpful. We're grateful for the timely way in which you provided to the committee, and we're grateful for the time you've given the committee today to assist us with our inquiry. We value your perspective on this legislation. Can I ask that when any questions by any committee member is asked to the panel as a whole, please make a contribution if you feel you have something distinctive and different to add. But if you agree with the evidence given by your colleagues, given the limited time that we have and the large panel that you have, let's just take that is agreed. I wanted to start with you, Ms. Brown, from the Cybersecurity Cooperative Research Centre, to get your analysis of the current threat environment online and how it's evolved in the past 6 months to a year. What is the picture of the threat environment that we're facing today?
Well, the threat environment just keeps expanding and expanding, and we've seen a rapid escalation of this, as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic around the world, and in Australia, we obviously haven't been immune from those impacts. And so we've seen a huge rise in cyber incidents in Australia during this period. You only need to look at the ACSC reporting to see how much of an increase there has been. And as we all know, that is just probably the tip of the iceberg, because so much of this activity goes unreported. And we have seen critical infrastructure sectors impacted significantly as a result of this, either by ransomware attacks, by general cyber crime, and by infiltration by state and state-based actors. So health has been, a sector that has been, really targeted due to its criticality, especially during COVID-19. And so, when it comes to this legislation, it really couldn't be more timely in terms of, bringing Australian critical infrastructure entities up to the appropriate standard of cyber security that they have to be at. Because in relation to this threat, we can make no mistakes about it. This isn't just about lights switching on and water running. It comes down ultimately to the way of life that Australians enjoy, this could ultimately be a threat to the lives of Australians.
Thank you. I'll open that question up to other members of this panel. Many of you are service providers who are on the front line who would have a day-to-day sense of these challenges. How are you seeing the threats? How serious do your businesses take them? Anyone who wants to jump in, please indicate, and I'll make sure everyone who wants to have something to say on this has an opportunity to do so. Any volunteers are welcome, otherwise I'll move on.
I'll jump in then. It's Narelle
Please.
Clark here from the Internet Association of Australia. There is absolutely no question that there is an ever-increasing range of and severity of threats that we see across the landscape. So there is no question that our members are not seeing more and more threats, and that there is an ever-increasing load of threats and ever-increasing care and level of vigilance required. We are, however, concerned that with this new legislation, that every element of every piece of telecommunications infrastructure is going to be classified as critical, or potentially classified as critical under this. And we're concerned that the regulatory burden won't actually match the proportion of threat and the proportion of attention that we already do give these systems.
Any other witnesses have any comments I'd like to add to that? We might discuss it with the next panel, which is healthcare focused, but for me, I was particularly struck by the reporting out of the United States about potentially the first attributable death to a ransomware attack in relation to a hospital in Alabama in July 2019. The healthcare sector does appear to be particularly harmed by some of these attacks. Do witnesses have a perspective, I see Mr. Busher indicating, on any of the industries that you provide services to and the way in which they are being impacted by ransomware or foreign state actors? Mr. Bush.
Thanks, Chair. Look, just as a comment, I think you've made the point tangentially that data storage and processing sector, which is pretty much what we're talking about here today in terms of the people on this call as a CI, they are both a horizontal and a vertical. So in other words, they're a designated CI in this legislation, but they also support the banking sector, the retail sector, the health sector. In other words, all the other 11 critical industries. And you've got on here the modern hyperscaler cloud providers on the call and some deep technical experts that you can ask them about. But certainly one of the easiest things you can do is get people onto those global clouds where the security is incredibly robust. And you've seen what's happened in the Ukraine, where Microsoft has, I don't know if you've seen the reports that were in the New York Times and repeated in the Australian Financial Review around what Microsoft's threat detection center has done in relation to the Ukraine as it sort of tanks across the border. So industry, I think, knows and understands these threats very well. Data storage and processing sector. We actually alert government to the threats. So I think it's about a partnership between our sector and government and information sharing, which we're happy and willing and currently do very, very well with the ACSC. So I think any mechanisms to encourage that and support that and grow that is really, really important. And obviously the installation of the monitoring software is the major concern, which hopefully we can touch on today.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Bush. I appreciate that. And I recognise that in terms of the industries that will be appearing before the committee today, yours is a very mature one. And for very good reasons, for good business reasons, you're already doing many of the things that the legislation will require of other sectors who might not yet be doing it, because you have a duty to your clients to protect their interests. And I'm sure that is quite mature. To your I'll just check if there's anyone else who wants to make a comment on that. Yes, Mr. Ragland, please.
I guess I would just build on what has been said by emphasizing that these threats, while growing and increasingly serious and consequential, are global in nature, and they affect entities often simultaneously across multiple borders. And so I think that's one of the reasons why our interest in the critical infrastructure legislation here in Australia is so acute, because not only is it important for developing the right kinds of policies in Australia, but it will also signal to international partners around the world, and particularly in the region, what kinds of authorities and limitations on the authorities are appropriate for these kinds of legislative remedies. So yeah, I think I would just emphasize that one of the perspectives that we're coming at from the legislation, both in terms of its strengths as well as in some of our concerns, relate to how this impacts the perception of authorities. For example, the installation of software that Mr. Bush mentioned, how that will be interpreted both by foreign governments outside of Australia, as well as by potentially by customers of some of our members as well. So all of these things are interrelated across international borders, which heightens the complexity of the situation significantly.
Yes, thank you. And I will make sure we canvass that issue that both you and Mr. Bush have raised. Dr. Tonkin, you're indicating. Sorry, just unmute, Dr. Tonkin.
So I am. Also just wanted to reinforce that a lot of the people on this call actually cooperate very closely in taking down sort of global cybercrime networks. So there's a lot of cooperation that happens between industry as well as between the industry and the government. And also just noting even the global nature is that a lot of the users of the .au infrastructure are actually citizens from other countries. In fact, more than half of the traffic that hits the .au name servers, and we get about 50,000 queries every second, more than half of that is from users around the world. So we need to be both coordinated and also respectful of those users' privacy as well.
Great. Now I will move on to another question, and then I'm going to offer the call to Senator Keneally next. But I just want to provide a final opportunity for anyone else who wants to comment on the threat environment or your perspective on that. If not, a number of witnesses have mentioned so far that installation of software potentially required if designated as a system of national significance, or perhaps if one of your clients is designated as a system of national significance, which you're a service provider to. I suspect probably many of you will want to have a say on this. So just quickly, if you wanted to provide your perspective on this, and I'll provide everyone who wants to have an opportunity to have their say. Yes, Ms. Sloan, if you could start, that'd be great.
Thank you, Senator. Yeah, we would join other organisations in the call for the removal of the software installation powers currently specified in the bill. We are concerned that there aren't currently enough guardrails and checks and balances on this power as articulated in the bill to ensure that the power remains proportionate and reasonable and that it's not subject to rolling and ongoing unlimited use. We are also concerned that there is no independent review process articulated in the bill and believe that this is contrary to some of the other approaches taken in like-minded jurisdictions, which ordinarily would see the granting of a warrant or similar process in order to execute or deliver on that power. From a security perspective, and I'm sure a lot of other colleagues on this call will address this point, the installation of what constitutes third-party software does introduce security risks into your environment. And there are also some key questions that we believe remain unanswered, such as who will deliver the support and maintenance, patches, assessments on this particular software that's proposed. And the final point we would make, and perhaps most importantly, is that the provision does potentially create an international precedent that may, if adopted by other global actors or regional actors, impact Australia's interests and values. I would also just take this opportunity, I know that we're talking about the software installation powers in Division 5, but also to note some concerns that we have with the ability to mandate the delivery of system information reporting requirements. So those powers similarly can be levelled on private enterprises and they may operate concurrently with other powers such as both event-based and periodic reporting requirements. They can be rolling in the sense that when one reporting notice is set to expire, the government can then issue another reporting notice. And they are unlimited, meaning that the government could, under the bill, issue a series of these reporting notices without any specified time period. It can be indefinite. And with that breadth of the powers articulated there, we would really welcome assurances from government as to how that data will or will not be used. We would welcome a regular and independent review process, including when a notice is in force. And we would also welcome an appeal right should an affected entity disagree with a decision of government to implement one of the notices. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to Mr. Stanton next, then Mr. Somerville, then Dr. Tonkin, and anyone else who'd like to make a contribution, maybe use the raise hand function and I'll come to you after that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we've just heard an excellent summary of the concerns that our members have about those two elements of the bill. Where installation of system information software is concerned, this is somewhat reminiscent of one of the issues that this committee had to grapple with in relation to the assistance and access legislation, where actions by government can introduce vulnerabilities into systems. Certainly, if there is a requirement to install third-party software and that can take place without coding or testing, there's no doubt that vulnerabilities can be created. We would strongly support the removal of that element of the bill. And it also has the potential impact of eroding confidence nationally and internationally in the integrity of the services being provided by those that are being directed to install that software. We share similar concerns about the question of system information and the absence of an independent oversight mechanism as to how that data is mandated and used. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Somerville.
Thank you, Chair. So AWS accepts that the Australian government views these government assistance and related measures as an integral component of these reforms, and we appreciate the government's assurances as well that entities with sophisticated cybersecurity capabilities are perhaps not the intended subjects of these measures. But nevertheless, we share many of the views that have already been laid out by our colleagues on this call, and we would welcome practical, operational examples and guidance on when and how these powers would be exercised. So we do continue to see strong oversight provisions as important elements of these reforms that should be given further consideration, including some of the suggestions we've made earlier. For example, the ability for judicial review on merits for government assistance actions, if at all possible. And we have also strongly agreed with the committee's previous recommendations for more robust authorisation and oversight processes. And we strongly support their recommendation for a technical support body. However, from our perspective, we'd also consider it appropriate for this technical support body to exist as an independent statutory office holder. So in addition to providing oversight on the use of government assistance measures and enhanced cybersecurity obligations, this body would also perhaps create an avenue for contestability of those decisions, particularly on the questions of technical feasibility that many of my colleagues have touched on already. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sutherland. We will have the department and the Signals Directorate before the committee this afternoon. We'll have an opportunity to put that to them for their feedback, particularly, as you say, around the use and the intended use of these powers. We'll go to Dr. Tonkin and then Mr. Neil.
Thank you, Chair. Just to reiterate a couple of comments that have been made earlier. One is installing software into a critical system is normally done very carefully with extensive testing. So the idea of putting in third-party software at short notice is generally extremely dangerous to any critical infrastructure and should be avoided if at all possible. If that piece of legislation remains, we would like that decision to install such software to be subject to judicial review. And we also note that given the international nature of the traffic that we carry and hold in our systems, that access and disclosing some of that traffic would actually potentially put us in breach of laws in other countries as well. Just as an example, in Europe, there's the General Data Protection, GDPR laws that protect the privacy of people. So any release of information we do very carefully, taking into account the laws of both Australia and also other countries.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Neil.
Thank you, Chair. I won't reiterate everything that was mentioned by AWS, but we would add that the guidance material is particularly important, and we encourage the government to release that at the same time as the legislation passes. If there's a delay between legislation passing and guidance material being made available, these are ultimately engineering changes, and it's very difficult for us to go through that process without that detailed follow-on guidance.
Thank you. That's a very practical suggestion, which we'll take up with the department and the AST this afternoon. Are there any further members of the panel who'd like to make a contribution on these issues? If not, what I'll do is I'll go to Senator Keneally next, and Senator Fawcett also indicated he has some follow-ups, so I'll go to him after that. Senator Keneally.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to the panel. Many of the areas I would have liked to have asked about have been covered, so thank you for us doing that as well. I do want to come quickly, though, on section 30 DJ around the Secretary may compel the installation of software, and just ask one question, and possibly to you, Mr. Somerville, because you talked about the ability to have some assurances in place. The exposure draft does say that the provision of an installation of software is a provision of last resort, where the entity lacks the capability necessary to provide the system information. Why is that assurance insufficient for you or for other panelists today?
Thank you, Senator. Yes, we do acknowledge that the Australian government has told us that those sorts of powers would be more relevant for less sophisticated cybersecurity entities than ourselves. But from our perspective, I think we're also very concerned that we still do need to see clear, practical guidance on how this would work. As well as some form of strengthened oversight around this as well. I'd already talked about the technical support body. That seems like one instance that would be able to provide the sort of oversight we think would be helpful. As well, we also think the ability for judicial review on merits, which on merits meaning it would not slow down any sort of action required, would also be very valuable here.
All right, in the interest of time, I might, unless, is that me, Ms. Sloan, did you have your hand up on that point?
Yes, thank you, Senator. I just wanted to reiterate, I think from our perspective, the concern we have here is what precedent this will set internationally, and speaking to some of the points raised by the BSA representative on this call, the concern we have is that this power could set that precedent if adopted in the region, be particularly problematic for Australia and Australia's interests. I think, as the committee knows, we're in a period of geostrategic competition that is inherently linked to issues of technology and values such as the separation of powers, rule of law, including checks and balances on the execution of government power. And we believe that a merits review or some kind of review process can coexist with this particular piece of legislation. The committee might be interested to know that Singapore has passed critical infrastructure reforms themselves, and they have implemented a mechanism similar to AWS's proposal to review particularly contentious decisions made under those reforms. So we would encourage the government and the committee to consider a review or appeal mechanism for these particular powers. Thank you.
Just anticipating what the department might say in response to a request for a merits review, which is that these decisions often need to be taken in an incredibly timely fashion, given that you may well be dealing with matters of national or critical incidence. What do you have to say to the idea that this would take too much time to implement a merits review in this process?
Yeah, so from my reading of the legislation, the powers articulated here aren't particularly urgent in nature. Part 2C, as you know, deals with things like incident response plans, cyber exercises and the like, of which can take, notice periods of 30 days, and these exercises can take some time to pull together. So they're not particularly urgent powers in and of themselves. With respect to Division 5 and system information reporting notices and the installation of software powers, they are able to be in place for a period of up to 12 months. So in and of itself, these powers aren't of a particular urgent nature. And so on that basis, from our reading, we do not think that it's possible to assert that they can be excluded from a merits review process.
Thank you. I just want to turn to a couple other issues, mindful that we have a pretty full day of hearings. A number of submissions from this group also noted that protected information may need to be disclosed in order to comply with positive security obligations. Can any of you provide the committee with a scenario to illustrate that? Yeah, John's got his hand up there.
Thank you, Senator. Our concern around these provisions as they presently stand is we don't think that the rules are particularly practical in the sense that the legislation now would allow so-called Type 1 information to be disclosed to entities such as those in your supply chain. And this is information about the sort of the day-to-day functions of operating the service, but it would prevent Type 2 information, that is the information provided to government in response to risk management plan requirements or intervention requests, incident reports, evaluations and so forth, to not be disclosed to entities, stakeholders that would need it. And the problem is, as we see it, that there is no clear division between those data sets. Many of the elements that will be provided to government as data are also within the Type 1 category, which ought to be able to be disclosed to those in the supply chain as necessary and appropriate. And so from our members' point of view, that leaves them in a somewhat invidious position. Do they provide high quality, comprehensive reports to government, and in doing so, severely limit the amount of information that they're able to disclose to entities that need it, which is not an ideal situation, or do they, do what they can to skimp a bit on the data provided to government to make the operation of their daily business more practical, which is also not a good solution. So we really struggle with the way that this is constructed at the moment, because we just don't think it's something that businesses can effectively deal with while also meeting their obligations to government.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stanton. That's helpful. I think Mr. Tonkin, do you have your hand up there as well?
Yes, I can give just some practical examples of the nature of the traffic. So at the domain name system level, what we would see is the IP address of somebody and the domain name that they're querying. So if they were visiting a website about religion, for example, we would know the IP address of the person that is requesting information about that religious website. The danger is probably more when the information is combined with other information sources. So we don't necessarily hold a list of the people's names behind IP addresses, but other organisations do. So if you combine our data with telecommunications service provider data, because they know who the service providers are at those IP addresses, then you're able to effectively put together personal information.
Right. I would have assumed that was the government's intent, to try and identify. Is it not?
Well, we haven't ever seen a request from government, so I can't speak for government, but what I can say is if we're being asked to target a particular cyber criminal with a specific information request, we can obviously provide that under the existing provisions of the Privacy Act. The danger really is if we're asked to put in software that provides all the data, and then obviously that data captures people that really have nothing to do with the cyber attack.
Right, understood. Okay. Do you have any recommendations about how we might seek to safeguard against the capturing of information that's not relevant?
Well, I think that's why we're saying is we want to avoid just installing software and having software that sucks all the information. We would prefer to get a targeted request, and we've got the technology to be able to give information associated with that targeted request.
Okay. Mr. Ragland?
I'll try to be brief, but I wanted to just add on a little bit to this. First of all, I think there is a question as to what exactly the information that the software or the information request would be asking for. It's not clear to me that it would necessarily be identity data, but it could be systems data to understand the sort of vulnerabilities that might be percolating through the system, if you want to say it that way. I think one of the real challenges is, as mentioned earlier by Simon, especially for the data storage and processing sector, where both a critical infrastructure provider as well as a service provider to other critical infrastructure providers, and we may be providing services also to systems of national significance. So I think in addition to concerns about what kind of information might be legitimately accessed through the software, a real concern is that if the software is installed at any stage along this chain and it operates improperly, then there could be accidental problems. I mean, perhaps it could be data leakage, but it could also be operational interruptions of other sorts. So again, for companies that offer services internationally, this raises some concerns with international customers. On the one hand, about how can you assure us that our data isn't going to be accessed by Australia in a certain way, but also just the knock-on effects of improperly installed software amongst even a customer that interacts improperly with the service provider could raise concerns too. So I do want to acknowledge that we, and I haven't had these conversations directly, but I've been speaking with my members a lot. But the government is going through a lot of pains to emphasize that there would be substantial conversations happening between the government and a service provider before a lot of these things would happen. But I think especially in the context of sort of an urgent situation where emotions may be running high, that may be an especially important time for there to be an opportunity for some independent oversight if the decisions of an entity were running into either technical or process challenges with the entities that they're trying to seek the assistance from. And if there's no opportunity for independent oversight, that can create some real challenge, some theoretical challenges down the road. And I think it would be very helpful to include those kinds of recommendations that had come out of the earlier committee's recommendations that are consistent with what my colleague, Mr. Somerville, was saying and things like that, not only to strengthen the robustness of the system, but also to send a good signal of good governance to Australia's trading partners in the region. I'll stop there.
Okay, thank you. I do want to follow up on a couple of things you made there, but I see that Mr. Bush also has his hand up, so we can go there.
Thanks, Senator. Look, just following on from that, it's important to understand that as the chair also indicated, we're a very mature sector, the data storage and processing sector, with high cybersecurity controls, but we also have to comply with, and the people on this call also comply with the IRAP and hosting certification framework of the DTA. And this monitoring software that potentially can be installed after someone has been certified under the hosting certification framework, which is back the government understanding where government data is at movement and at rest. And according to the bill, there is a requirement to report metadata and other sorts of system information, which will be interesting to see how that interacts and potentially breaches other government systems like the HCF. So that's probably something that needs to be considered, this whole duplication of requirements across the economy. Look, just as a sort of a big theme point is it's a bold call for a liberal Western democracy to, and you as legislators in our parliament, to enact the law that requires a government official to walk into a private entity to install monitoring software to the government. That is a very serious law that you are considering. It's been put before you, and needs to, and that's why we've actually got major concerns about it. But if it can be narrowcast in any way, that would be appreciated, and really targeted to those entities that perhaps most need it. At the moment, it's very broad, and we're told, oh, it doesn't apply to you, you're mature actors. But that's a trust us, we won't do it. We won't sort of put this in your global cloud approach, which obviously makes members very, very nervous. So I'll just leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm mindful of the time and other senator or members may have some questions. I just might quickly though, the Australian Information Industry Association and Palo Alto in their submissions both noted concerns about how the department and agencies might store, share and use the information that's provided to the department under this bill. Do you have any practical recommendations on intergovernment information sharing, what limitations or what rules that we might consider putting in place that would address some of your concerns?
Thank you. Look, we noted that is a concern, and we hope that the government will put in mechanisms to treat that data appropriately, and that information is made available under the SONS designation and monitoring software installed, that it is actually kept secure and is only used for that agency's required purpose, and is not given to another government agency for a purpose that's unintended. So that's the nature of the concern. And so hopefully there's some guardrails. We talked a lot about guardrails today. That guardrails can be put in place for if this is passed by the Parliament, that this particular information is only used and accessed by those entities in government that require it, whether that's Home Affairs or ACSC, probably most directly. So maybe that information cannot leave ACSC in that environment is perhaps a suggestion. But Sarah, you might have some further comments.
Yeah, I think just agreeing with the points that Simon has raised there, I think the only other thing to add is that the information collected is particularly sensitive, it's commercial in confidence, but it's also an attractive target to a range of adversaries, particularly in aggregate. rather than an individual cyber adversary needing to go around and find the vulnerabilities in particular entities. It could go to one particular government agency who holds this information and find out the vulnerabilities of all critical infrastructure or system of national significance. So our point is really just to highlight that particular concern, and that the government will need to undertake various measures and steps to ensure the security of that information and treat it in an appropriate need to know manner. Thank you.
Thank you. My last question goes to the issue of data storage and processing, which has been covered by a number of discussions so far. But this really was an area of contention when we did the hearings into Bill 1, or in the first SOCI bill, I should say. And it's not clear to me from your comments this morning that the industry is more comfortable with the approach in Bill 2 towards data storage and processing. I'm particularly thinking back to last year's hearings. There was some disagreement on how to appropriately secure critical data and whether data storage should be subject to the SOCI regime. But I'm also thinking a lot of submissions have touched on the issue of data sovereignty, that perhaps there should be some categories of data that are required to be stored in Australia. I might direct it first to Microsoft and Palo Alto in the first instance, but I'm happy to hear from others as well.
Okay, I'll go first. Thank you, Senator. Yeah, I think when it comes to issues of data sovereignty and the onshoring of all data, I would make two key observations. The first one would be that onshoring your data doesn't necessarily make it more secure. It's more around the security controls you put around your data and how you secure your data. You could be hypothetically leveraging a local provider who doesn't invest appropriately in security and has poor cybersecurity practices, and your data would be just as vulnerable, if not more vulnerable, to global cybersecurity adversaries than if you stored it offshore. The second point I would make is that the free flow of data in a security context is critically important. Cybersecurity researchers and companies leverage global cybersecurity telemetry data to conduct research into particular cyber adversaries, their tactics, and in turn use that analysis to develop things like patches, to develop kill switches to immunize not just customers, but also the broader community against particular cybersecurity threats. As an example, the 2017 WannaCry cyber incident that impacted, I think it was over 150 countries worldwide, that was solved through a UK researcher having access to global data, where he reverse engineered that particular threat to develop that kill switch, that patch, which then immunized the world against that threat. So the free flow of data in a cybersecurity context is critically important, and we need to be careful when we're talking about onshoring of certain data that we don't inadvertently make systems and networks less secure. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Neil?
Thank you. I think I'd support many of Sarah's points and say that the physical location of security within a country does not make it more secure. In a virtual interconnected internet, it's the capability, scale, and investment of a company or a provider that ultimately provides that cybersecurity to data, and a physical construct around data security in an interconnected internet we think is not the best approach for data security.
Thank you. I see two other hands up. Might go first to you, Mr. Tonkin.
Thank you, Senator. From a .au perspective, we store all personally identifiable information in Australia. So that's the name and contact address of people that hold domain name licenses. But we do spread the DNS settings around sort of DNS servers globally. So the non-personally identifiable information is global. But as others have pointed out, I think the critical thing is knowing where your personal identifiable information is and knowing how it's protected.
Thank you. Mr. Stanton and then Ms. Brown.
Thank you, Senator. I find myself in a slightly unusual position here. I think due to the very unreasonable time constraints being placed on this committee's inquiry, it was requested that at today's hearing, some of the Comms Alliance members that had put in individual submissions not appear individually, but rather be represented by me, which is fine. But I wanted to draw attention to Macquarie Telecom submission, and it puts forward a set of views which are not necessarily shared by all of my members, including perhaps some on this call. So I'm
understand
carefully here, but Macquarie has put forward points where it argues, for example, that there ought to be extraterritorial coverage of the SOCI obligations, both to expand their reach and to not create an incentive for critical infrastructure providers to move operations offshore. They've also made clear their view that excluding the storage and processing of government data from the coverage of the relevant definitions creates problems and potential gaps in the framework. They've proposed a ministerial direction power used to prevent nationally significant data workloads being moved offshore, and they do support exempting data providers from the risk management obligations if they're certified under the hosting certification framework, but they'd like to see that bedded down in some form of law or regulation first. So I present not as a consensus CA view, but as an input to the committee that I've been asked to represent. Thank you.
Thank you. And lastly, Ms. Brown.
Thanks, Senator Keneally. Look, one thing that we've certainly raised, not within the submission, but in some work that we've done in relation to the notion of data sovereignty, is that it's not essentially a helpful term, and potentially a better way to think of it is around jurisdictional control. So Dr. Tonkin he obviously raised the fact that at Outer, PII is kept onshore, close, and everyone knows how that's protected and where it's protected. And likewise, if you look at it from through a lens of jurisdictional control, you can have some of your data offshore. It's just knowing where that really, really important data is, and I guess keeping it onshore or as close to onshore, or at least knowing that, where the data centers, where it is being stored, are located.
Thank you very much. Chair, I'll draw my question to a conclusion there.
Thanks, Senator Keneally. I appreciate that.
My apologies. I just would note James Kavanagh had his hand up and hoped to speak briefly.
Oh, I apologize. I didn't see that. Yes.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Kavanagh. If you could do that quickly, that would assist.
Sure, no problem. I would just reflect that the way we see this is that the community expectations are best met by common standards. And we do have already in Australia standards that reflect that, including the government's processes for the hosting certification framework and for the IRAP assessment process. Both of those do actually already include requirements for data residency. We, from an Amazon perspective, provide choice and control to our customers to keep their data within Australia, and we have gone through as a strategic certification and audit and examination by government to assure that. So rather than making distinctions between local cloud providers to global cloud providers, making those kinds of distinctions, or distinctly adding data sovereignty as a requirement, it's more important to reflect on a common set of standards which actually already do exist in our view, and we do believe that we already address those fully, as do many of our colleagues appearing on this call.
Thank you. I will go to Senator Fawcett, but I just want to ask one follow-up question myself on the previous evidence, in particular coming back to this requirement to install system information software, because it seems to me that on the face of the legislation, and I'll quote from the relevant provision in a second, there are some parts of the language which go directly to the concerns you raised. So, for example, Section 30DJ, Secretary may require installation of system information software. The scope applies if the computer is needed to operate a system of national significance or is a system of national significance. And B, the Secretary believes on reasonable grounds that a relevant entity for the system of national significance would not be technically capable of preparing reports under Section 30DB or Section 30DC. I mean, I would hope that every single one of you represented here on the call today would be technically capable of providing the information required and wouldn't therefore need to have a requirement that system information software be installed. It goes on to say that it's only for the purpose of assisting determining whether a power under the Act should be exercised in relation to a system of national significance. And Section 3 is not personal information within the meaning of the Privacy Act 1988. The number of you referred to potentially personal information being taken out, but the face of the legislation says that that can't be done. Why aren't those provisions sufficient in your views? Anyone want to make a contribution there? A number of you raised these issues. Yeah, Mr. Stanton first, then Dr. Tonkin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, one of the things that we think is still lacking in this proposed provision is any assurance around the circumstances in which such software would be installed, and the absence of assurance around coding and testing and all of the things that need to be precursors to installing effectively foreign software into a critical system to ensure that it's done in a way that doesn't produce unintended consequences and unforeseen vulnerabilities. I don't think there's any assurance around, that making sure that this is done correctly if it needs to be done, and I think that's very important from a network integrity point of view. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And I do understand that point about guidance, and we will come back to that. And I understand your desire to have more clarity around that. But I just want to get to this issue of safeguards. We'll go to Dr. Tonkin and then others.
Yeah, thank you, Senator. Just relating to the provision around the personally identifiable information, our issue there is the unintended disclosure of that. Because by providing like IP addresses, for example, which on their face value are just numbers, it's more how that information could be combined with other information sources and have the unintended effect of providing personal identifiable information when combined.
What leads you to believe that you would be required to provide IP addresses? It's not clear to me from the legislation that would be a requirement. Why do you believe that?
Well, the legislation is very general, so it doesn't say it's not. It basically says the installation of software to monitor operational information, and the operational information we have is IP addresses. So again, I haven't ever seen a request, so I can't comment on that, but the general language would include IP addresses if you're putting in software to monitor traffic on our network.
Okay. Mr. Neal? Oh, sorry.
I was also just going to make the comment, and I agree there's a safeguard that basically says that the provision is only initiated if the government minister felt that the person technically couldn't provide the information. I think that's unlikely that you're going to get a situation where it says, hey, I don't know how to do this. Do you know how to do that? I think it's more likely a provider saying, no, I can't give that information for various reasons. And then the risk is you override that by saying, well, we think the information can be obtained, and installing the software without an appropriate oversight process.
We'll go to Mr. Neal, then Mr. Somerville, then Ms. Sloan.
On your initial points, Chair, I would say there's 2 points. One, there's a subjective test, which leads to a possible outcome. And in an engineering world, which doesn't have subjective outcomes, it has only engineering outcomes, and you've got to take in all possible outcomes. So even though it's unlikely, and as we've had assurances from the government that people of our scale and sophistication are unlikely to be targeted, and a possible outcome needs to be taken into an engineering consideration.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Somerville?
Yes, thank you. Look, I very much echo my colleague from Microsoft here. We are talking here about a minister or a secretary making final subjective decisions, and there doesn't seem to be a right of review in that process. But those subjective decisions could have really significant impacts, a risk of disruption to the responsible entity's business, operation, or customers. And in our perspective, that seems significant enough that there should be some safeguards placed around that process. And we would go back to the comment we've made earlier around the value of the technical support body that this committee had earlier recommended. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Sloan.
Thank you, Chair. I would agree with the comments made by colleagues on this call. I would only just add that the power as currently drafted under the bill is a rolling power that is unlimited. So it's possible from our reading of the bill that an entity could be subject to the installation of software power for 12 months, and then that power could be renewed, and it can be renewed on an indefinite basis. So coming back to Roger's points around the need to implement guardrails and safeguards and give people entities an ability to contest the assessment that they are technically incapable of providing that information, and a forum in which to check that the power still remains reasonable and appropriate in the circumstances. Thank you.
Yeah, and just on that, before I offer anyone else to contribute, if a entity is designated as a system of national significance, it seems self-evident to me why you wouldn't need to just have time-limited collection of this information. It would need to be ongoing collection of this information unless the entity was able to provide it itself without the assistance of software. I mean, it would seem self-defeating to me if you collected this information for a short period and then stopped doing so, because a threat is not going to go away after a short period, is it?
I would say that obviously depends on the circumstances and the threat. I think there is merit in having a shorter period for the collection of this data, given it is incredibly broad in nature and scope. I think there does need to be a shorter time frame around this. And once again, as I said, it depends entirely on the nature of the threat and what the government's trying to achieve. I would also add that given the intent of the bill is to improve the cybersecurity resilience and posture across our economy, a much better area of focus in the instance where an entity is technically incapable of providing this information could be to work collaboratively with that industry or entity to be able to do that in and of themselves and develop that capability in-house.
Mm. Yeah, and this is why the first question I asked to the panel was about the nature of the threat, because I mean, it is theoretically possible in the next few years that the Indo-Pacific becomes a peaceful and harmonious region, and that foreign state actors all of a sudden abandon their interest in our critical infrastructure. But I think that's probably not very likely. And given that, given what we understand about the strategic environment, this is going to be an ongoing problem, isn't it? Okay. Internet Association of Australia.
Thank you. I just wanted to reinforce that in over a 12-month period, if we're to host a particular piece of software on our systems or our member systems, we could undergo any number of upgrades and revisions to the system itself over this period of time. So capabilities change. It's not clear to me at this point in time as to what the full nature of this type of reporting is supposed to include. Now, I may have misread the bill or missed a point in here because this is very complex and very difficult legislation to work through. But what's the report supposed to contain? How do we know that it doesn't contain private information? How do we know that it doesn't contain very important information about the nature of the systems themselves? And if it does contain information relating to the performance of any individual platform, that can be quite critical in crafting your next threat against that system. So if that information leaks out at all, it is a major security risk for all of our platforms. So it's highly, highly important that we need to be able to trust the type of software that goes onto our systems. And we need the opportunity to be able to read the code, assess the code, test the code against other things for interoperation, the intricacies of the way these things interoperate together. I can't stress enough the importance of us being able to stress test anything that goes onto our systems. And if it is put in and authorised by a minister or such like, now I'm sure they get very good advice, but these people are not our greatest nerds. So
sure.
I need my greatest nerd to tell me it's okay.
Yeah, and Ms. Clark, I totally appreciate your point about the complexity of it and also security of information. I think they're two very well-made points. But on the question of privacy, I'm struggling to think as to what the committee could recommend stronger than a provision in the Act currently, which would make it not lawful to provide personal information or to require personal information to be provided. Now, I'm open to suggestions, but that's a pretty strong provision. You don't have to comment on that if you don't.
Well, if I might add, I mean, personal information is protected under the Privacy Act, but the information about our systems, which is the key to all of the other information, is not protected there, is it? So it's the padlock to the vault, potentially.
Sure.
And if I'm handing over the keys to the padlock to the vault, then you've got access to the vault where all that information lies.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Well, we'll put all this to the department and ASA this afternoon for their response. If there's no further contributions on this, I'll go to Senator Fawcett and then Mr. Dreyfus.
Thank you, Chair. My question was also going to be around section 30DA, but since the Chair has extensively questioned the panel on that and based on the responses from the panel, can I flip the question around in terms of how this could work? The department has indicated that they think the subset of industry stakeholders who this would apply to would be very small. The explanatory memorandum in paragraphs 458 and 459 explain, albeit fairly briefly at this point, the meaning of system information. What if the legislation put the obligation on people who are deemed to have systems that would need the system information capability, reporting capability, that within a certain time frame they had to develop, do their stress testing, install and verify to Home Affairs and to ASD that they had a functioning system, so that as you do all of your upgrades and things, all your regression testing is done in-house, but ASD know that on request, you could provide a report using a system that you are comfortable met all of your system integrity, privacy requirements, etc. But ASD knew they could get the information, and those companies who felt that they couldn't meet that would have a non-stressed period, if you like, to work with ASD to come up with something that ASD were happy with and the company was happy with. So can I get some responses if we change the legislation to require the advertent installation and management of a system information software designed, installed, operated by the company? How would that work?
Senator, if I may just respond to that and then let others, I'm sure, jump in as well. Simon from the AIIA. I think that has merit. The CI SONS process that Home Affairs is running and the co-design rules and guidance that they're working through with industries, they're getting a fairly good understanding of the maturity of the data storage and processing sector within those CIs and their supply chains, the technical supply chains, and the ACSC already runs a very good industry outreach program across the economy on cyber capabilities. So there is a degree of understanding as to threats and vulnerabilities, and they should continue to work as they do with those entities that they see as immature sort of cyber resilience within that. And that's perhaps a really good and sensible approach to dealing with the vulnerabilities in our economy. Identifying the next toll, if I can pick on toll, which is a very public case from 18 months ago, that they can identify those who do not have mature systems, that do not leverage the global clouds and capabilities that we have on this call, and perhaps have the servers in the back office, that they can work cooperatively and say, you need to do better. And you need to uplift capability. We want to help you. And I think that is a very sensible and measured approach. And then this committee and this parliament can reserve the right to legislate more harshly in the future if industries doesn't come along the way that the government would like.
Sure. You haven't completely answered my question, though. That kind of is the second part. How do we work with people who are not yet technically capable? But for those of you who are, if the legislation said, you need to have developed essentially a reporting tool on your system that covers an agreed number of parameters, such that if there is a cyber incident that you report and ASD want that snapshot of what's occurring, that you can generate that post haste with a system that you are already completely comfortable with.
Senator, that's already done for our sector. All the players on this call will provide that information through IRAP and HCF, already requirements and services that the big technology companies provide to government. They are required to provide that information to ACSC already and do so. And there's a very good cooperative arrangement and system around that. But I'll leave it to others to comment further who involved directly in providing information to government.
Sorry, I can't see anyone else. I think Mr. Tonkin perhaps has your hand up.
And also AWS.
Yes, Senator, we would support that general approach, which is a cooperative approach with ASD to understand what information they need and that we can design systems to provide that that meet our requirements.
Thank you, Mr. Kavanagh.
Yes, Senator, I would say that that is a preferable approach. The main reason why that would be preferable is because it would allow us to control the change process that is happening within our systems and to design it appropriately. The biggest source of disruption risk for a critical infrastructure entity is inadvertent changes or uncontrolled changes. This would allow us to control those changes, still deliver the outcome that is expected. We would look to make sure that we could design it appropriately with the ACSC and actually have the right relationships to do so. But yes, that would seem to be a much more preferable approach.
Thank you. I can't see any other hands up, so Chair, if that's the case, I'll hand the call back to you.
Thank you. We have time to go to Mr. Dreyfus for a final set of questions for this panel.
Thanks very much, Chair. And my questions to Mr. Stanton, picking up on the point that you'd made, Mr. Stanton, that Macquarie Telecom are not part of the various industry panels today, but that you felt bound to raise a point that they had made in their submission. And I want to take you to part of their submission, specifically Section 4 of Macquarie Telecom's submission. Obviously, we're dealing with intricate provisions here of very detailed legislation, but the point that Macquarie Telecom are making, which the Communications Alliance submission makes, but in a somewhat different way or approaching it differently, goes to the way in which the bill that's now before the committee excludes from the SOCI regime those service providers that store and process government data. I'll read out what they say at 4.1. As things stand today, a data storage or processing service provider is taken to be a critical infrastructure provider if it supplies a data storage or processing service to a Commonwealth or state and territory entity. The nature of the data concerned is immaterial. And they then say, the proposed amendment in item 32 of the bill will change this so that the SOCI Act will no longer apply to such service providers except if the government data they store or process comprises, quote, business critical data, end quote. And then Macquarie say, this is a significant and dangerous reduction in the scope of the SOCI Act because business critical data does not describe the type of information that is most commonly held by government departments and agencies, nor what is crucial to the functioning of government. I won't keep reading, but the bottom line from Macquarie is that at 4.10 they say the proposed amendment in item 32 of the bill should not proceed. That's this exclusion that's in this bill, changing the current regime. They say, I'll just read one more sentence, a data storage or processing service provider that stores or processes any form of government data should absolutely be recognised and regulated as a critical infrastructure provider. Now, what, as I understand it, they're getting at here is the problem that if there's a service provider, take Macquarie as an example, that is storing government data that's under attack from a hack, then the regime of the SOCI Act wouldn't necessarily kick in, so that ASD wouldn't be called to defend government data. There wouldn't be a notification or an alert. By contrast with a commercial operator who, if attacked under a hack, will alert ASD and ASD would be involved. Their point seems to be that it's exposing government data to risk and that the imagined alternatives which might be HCF, but they're not sure, and I'm going to raise this with the Department of Home Affairs, isn't adequate. Sorry for the very long-winded question, but I'm conscious of the time, Mr. Stanton, and I'm trying to get to their point quickly. Can you further comment on that and perhaps also offer an explanation as to why the Communications Alliance is not advancing that particular point, at least not in those express terms?
Thank you, Mr. Davis. For your last point first, we didn't have a consensus view among the broad spread of members that contributed to our submission, and where typically we can't form a consensus, we tend to leave that to individual contributions from our members, and they're very capable of making them, just as Macquarie has here. It is the case Macquarie's arguing that there will be large amounts of government data that wouldn't be classified as critical but will be important. They've given various examples about a provider that was storing the entirety of the National Archives of Australia or highly classified government information, ASIC records and so forth. And in the event that those data came under attack but weren't covered by the regime, then ASD would not receive a timely report of those cyber incidents, because the obligation is to report to the department rather than to ASD, ASD not being the direct customer. And they've argued in their submission that there is a certain absurdity to excluding from the coverage of the Act so much data that's stored for government that doesn't happen to be classified as critical. I hope that's helpful.
Well, and again, it might be that this is really a matter that just has to be dealt with by the Department of Home Affairs, but if this amendment to the SOCI regime proceeds, as we see in this bill, which involves excluding services that supply data storage to government, what regime will apply to them?
Well, that's a very good question. It's possible, I guess, that the TOLA legislation could be used to provide specific requests in those circumstances, but I don't feel qualified to say whether that would be an adequate fix or not. So I think it remains an open question, and I think further discussion with the department around this by the committee would be a very helpful thing to see.
Thanks very much, Mr. Stanton. Mr. Bush, did you wish to offer a comment on this?
Mr. Dreyfus, thank you. There are two other well-developed and well-considered schemes that the technology sector has to comply with in terms of government data. One is the InfoSec Registered Assessors Program, also known as IRAP, which has been around for a long time and provides an incredibly high bar of cybersecurity for government data. And that is, the high watermark in the Australian economy. The second is, and that includes vetted, secured people as well in Australia. The other is the Hosting Certification Framework, which is run by the DTA, which they've now virtually completed the assessment of right through the cloud stack, through from data centers. They started with data centers, then they've gone to the information as a service, platform as a service, infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, and now they're looking at software as a service. And that will require providing information and assurance to government about where government data is at movement and at rest. And billions of dollars have been spent by industry, by Macquarie Telecom, AWS, Microsoft, and a host of others in providing infrastructure and capability in Australia onshore in order to meet these government data and cybersecurity requirements. So I think there already is a very robust system in place in relation to both cybersecurity and data sovereignty for the Australian government to meet a very, very high threshold. So perhaps, you can ask the Home Affairs people this afternoon, but perhaps considering it's such a high bar, they didn't want to have further duplication and regulation in relation to this applying to an already highly governed sector that provides services to government.
Macquarie seem to be saying, just to follow up what you've just said, Mr. Bush, Macquarie seem to be saying very directly that the hosting certification framework is not the equivalent of the SOCI regime.
No, but you got the IRAP process, which is actually a higher bar.
Okay, I'm conscious of the time. Ms. Clark, did you want to say something?
I wanted actually to go back to another issue, but here with this question of whether things can be carved out or in, or things that are included and things that are not included, adds a lot of complexity for the smaller providers that my association represents. For smaller providers, smaller carriage service providers and carriers, it's really, really difficult to keep track of all of these things that are in, that are out, that are up or down. Makes it all it is all very, very complex. And the definitions for what is critical telecommunications assets are defined such that it means every network unit that is operated by a carriage service provider or a carrier is included in all of this. I note that under the health sections, they've reduced the coverage to be, if a hospital includes an intensive care unit, then it is considered to be critical infrastructure. Yet there's no such reduction in criticality, or dare I say care factor, for the telecommunications sector. Everything's in. And so my members have got to comply with all of the things that have just been referred to, plus all of this, plus all of the others, regardless of how big, small or otherwise they are. And it's a lot.
Thanks, Ms. Clark, for that point. Mr. Neil, perhaps the last word from Microsoft, and I'm going to hand back to the chair because we're already over time for this session.
I'll keep it quick. I would just say that the alignment between the CI legislation, HCF and IRAP is actually one of the things that we're very thankful for, because it was a clear, in our view, regulatory duplication that wasn't actually increasing cybersecurity for government data. So it's something that we as an industry had put forward, and we're very thankful that the government did make that change to reduce that clear duplication of and regulatory burden.
Thanks very much. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dreyfus. Can I thank all of the witnesses for your attendance and your very helpful evidence to the committee today. We're always grateful for your time and assisting us to navigate these issues. And we will be putting much of your propositions to the government this afternoon for their responses, which I'm sure you'll look forward to hearing. Can I ask that you disconnect from this hearing now so that we have enough bandwidth for our next guests to be on, but you of course can still follow the hearing online on the Parliament House website. But thank you very much, and I'll just give us a moment and then I'll check how we're going with our next guests. Okay, I believe for this panel we have one witness in Canberra. That looks like you there, Ms Thompson from the Group of 8, is that right?
Yes, it is. Vicky Thompson, Chief Executive of the Group of 8.
Welcome, thank you. And then I'll just do the run around and see how we're going with other witnesses. Do we have Catholic Health Australia?
Yes, Toby Hall from Catholic Health Australia.
Thank you. Do we have Uniting Care Queensland?
Yes, it's Michael Creed here from Uniting Care Queensland with Lisa Morgan and Daniel Wong.
Thank you. Do we have Ramsay Healthcare?
Yes, Christopher Neal from Ramsay Healthcare here.
Thank you. Do we have the Pharmacy Guild of Australia?
Yes, Philip Kindamo from the Pharmacy Guild.
Thank you. I think we've got Universities Australia there by the look of it.
Yes, Senator Patterson, Katrina Jackson and Peter Chesworth, Deputy Chief Executive.
Welcome, thank you. And looks like we've got ATN there as well.
Yes, Senator Luke Shee, Executive Director of the Australian Technology Network of Universities.
Thank you very much. You're very welcome today. We're grateful for your time and your submissions to the committee. I'm not sure how many of you had the opportunity to view the evidence of the previous committee, but as you can see, we're operating in reasonably large panel formats, and that means we haven't been able to have audible opening statements. We're just accepting written statements, which will be incorporated to Hansard or accepted as supplementary submissions, depending on when they are received. I won't go through all the usual introductory material because I think most of you have appeared for us before and we are limited for time. I'm going to move straight into questions, and we'll take that each of you introduce yourselves for Hansard record when I just did that wraparound. Those of you who did appear before the committee in relation to the last bill, I am interested in your reflections on the movement between that bill and this one, and obviously the government's acceptance of the committee's main recommendation that the bills should be split and done as a separate process and that further consultation should take place. Any witnesses who are part of that previous process, I'm interested in your reflections.
Thank you, Senator. It's Vicky Thompson here from the Group of 8, so I might just jump in there. There's been significant movement on this bill from where we started, and splitting the bills was the right thing to do, and we're very grateful that that happened. And subsequently, we've had a lot of consultation with the Department of Home Affairs. I think I added up something like about 12 interactions in the last 8 months or so. So this is really an exemplar of a good co-created piece of legislation in terms of where we started, particularly for the universities and the universities that I represent, and the definition, if you like, of higher education and research. We still think there are some grey areas, but I'm sure we'll get into that as we move along. But in terms of reflections, we've moved a long way. There are still some complexities, but we might come to that.
Great, thank you, I appreciate that. I see, Mr. Shi, your hand is raised.
Thank you, Senator, and I echo Ms Thompson's, firstly, Luke Shi, Executive Director of the Australian Technology Network of Universities. Thank you for this opportunity to appear again. The ATN universities echo the sentiment of the Group of 8 universities. We are very pleased. We think this has been a model approach from the department in terms of consultation. The result in the splitting of the legislation is very welcome. We think it now reaches a risk-based and proportionate approach in relation to universities. And of course, the amended definitions of higher education and research sector are now fit for purpose, and we're supportive of those. So we thank the department for the consultation. Similarly to Ms Thompson, we've had a number of interactions with the department have been both constructive and positive, and we believe that this is in a good position for our sector.
Great, thank you. Ms Jackson.
Thank you, Senator Patterson. Katrina Jackson from Universities Australia. We represent all the nation's comprehensive universities. I echo the comments of colleagues, Mr Sheehy and Ms Thompson. This has been a very good process. 5 formal interactions, many more informal interactions, and the roundtable with Minister Andrews just recently, which resulted in changes we see before us. We think the bill in the current state is good, and we very much appreciate the narrowing of the definition to make it more appropriate. We also acknowledge the acknowledgement from the Department of Home Affairs in their most recent submission of UFIT as an existing mechanism to manage critical infrastructure risk. That's been a very important joint process, a partnership between universities and a range of government agencies to manage these sorts of things inside the universities. So we think this process has been a good one. We don't think substantial further change is required. In fact, we don't think, for representing all the universities, that further change is needed, but there may be some detailed comments from colleagues. But thank you very much for the opportunity to appear, and this has been a terrific process.
Thanks, Ms Jackson. Appreciate that. Mr Neil.
Yes, thank you. Christopher Neil, Group Chief Information Security Officer for Ramsay Healthcare. We certainly appreciate the splitting of the bill. I think we agree that was the right answer. I unfortunately have to take a slightly different view from the university sector. We don't believe the engagement with Home Affairs and the consultation over the last 8 months has been effective or particularly detailed. There has been no movement despite our repeated concerns about the definition of critical hospital. There's been no material engagement and no change, no real discussion with Home Affairs on willingness to change or alter that definition.
Okay, we'll come back to that, Mr Neil. Mr Hall, you're indicating?
Yeah, whilst it's very pleasing to hear the feedback from the universities, I'd have to share from a hospital point of view, our view is the engagement has not been strong. In fact, as a hospital operator, I'd say we've almost been blindsided by the process and the lack of engagement, and it's been something which is not normal for us in terms of engagement with government. And we also believe that there are issues in terms of understanding the health sector full stop in terms of the impact of the legislation, and that has not been taken into account significantly to date.
Okay. And I think that's Uniting Care that's indicating there as well.
Yes, thanks, Chair. I'd just like to echo Mr. Hall's comments there. The engagement has not been great from a hospital's point of view. In fact, it was blindsiding us that this even existed until recently. And there's been no contemplation of our funding mechanisms and costs relating to implementing this bill, which is significant for us.
Can I just come back to that comment about being blindsided about its existence? I'm surprised by that because this has been a pretty well publicised and indeed contentious public policy issue for some time. You weren't aware that hospitals or the health sector were included in the first bill that was put before the Parliament 18 months ago?
No, we weren't aware at all. In fact, this only came to our attention a number of months ago when the second bill was proposed. So until then, we had no visibility of it at all. Now that may be part of our...
just to clarify, had the first bill passed, which this committee conducted an inquiry into a year ago, you would have been captured by that as well. This hasn't changed. You are still a critical sector.
That's correct. But we were unaware of the impact.
Right.
As a hospital operator at St Vincent's, the first I found out about this legislation was in December last year, and I actually hadn't had any indication from my sector bodies or as an operator that this was in train, and I'd also share that it had significant financial impact on our operations. And I think probably for whatever reason the health sector has not really been engaged very well.
Okay. I'll just give the Pharmacy Guild an opportunity to comment if they wish here about your engagement, and then I'll come back to the specific concerns of the health and hospital sector.
Thank you. So we haven't been formally engaged. We've come in, I suppose, late to this process. We weren't engaged in the first bill, so to the extent that we've had consultation on this, we've come in late to the party. We do make the point that we believe community pharmacies are an important part of the critical infrastructure and should be recognised as such. And we've made that point in our submission to this review.
Okay, great. Let's come back to health and hospitals and go to some specific concerns you have or specific amendments that you're seeking to be made to the legislation. I'll go to you, Mr. Hall, first, and then I'll invite your other colleagues to comment.
So firstly, I want to reiterate that we support the intent of the legislation. In fact, the private sector has significantly supported the public sector over the last 2 years in relation to COVID, and so we're used to providing critical infrastructure as and when it's needed. The primary issue we face is the significant costs, and in your own department has identified establishment cost of 8.5 million and an ongoing cost of around 6 million per annum for a hospital to take on board. Now, I operate public hospitals and private hospitals. For the public hospitals, that cost will be met by the federal government and the state government. For my private hospitals, the expectation is, as far as I see it at the moment, that we pick up the bill for that, and we simply cannot afford it. We have operated on very low margins. We've had restricted elective surgery to support delivery of critical infrastructure to the government. And to be asked to drop earnings by what is roughly 7% for us is a hugely significant impact. And whilst we're very happy to provide the critical infrastructure and support, that needs to be funded by someone. And I think it would be very difficult to ask non-profit organisations to pick up a price that's quite so high.
Can I ask Paul, just to drill down on this so we're really clear, what about the legislation imposes the most significant costs on you? What would you be required to do that you're not currently doing that would impose these costs?
So firstly, and we have done some work on this in terms of physical and infrastructure and access to facilities. And so from a protection point of view, looking at protecting, particularly from physical attack is a major issue, and also looking at protection from natural attacks is a major cost impact.
But what does as I understand it, legislation requires you to have a risk management program, a plan, effectively. It doesn't require specific remediation. So what is it that you're not doing currently that the bill will cause you to have to do that will cause that expense?
Okay. So as an example, and if we take personnel, for instance, going into the hospital where there's requirement for security clearance personnel, I have 24,000 staff, and of those, probably 5,000 would have reason to go in and out of what are critical infrastructure assets during year. All of those people have to have security clearance, and so therefore we have to go through
where in the
security.
legislation does it require all of your employees to have a security clearance?
My understanding from the legislation is a requirement for security clearance for access to parts of physical infrastructure which are covered by the Act.
So you think every single one of your employees would require a security clearance, and that cost would be paid by you?
From reading the information from the department, that's what we've assessed and that's what we've costed. In fact, your own department has costed that, as I understand it.
Yeah, it's not clear to me that that's a requirement with legislation, but I'll pursue that with the department this afternoon.
The other complexities are supply chain issues in terms of managing what are very complex and vast supply chains. We operate in a global health system. We have global supply chains. Ensuring that all our global supply chain coverage is carried out to the level that's required in the Act, we think will have cost impacts. And rather than debate the cost impacts, those are the department's already estimated those for you. And it's quite clear that their establishment cost, they believe, is about 8.5 million and ongoing costs of about 6 million. So those have been established by the department, not by us. Our estimation is...
To be clear, it's not my department. We're a parliamentary oversight committee, and we'll be interrogating the department this afternoon about these issues.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Neal.
Thank you, Chair. And so I'd echo the comments around lack of engagement from Home Affairs with the private hospital side of the industry. I suspect, and from commentary from Home Affairs, I think it appears that their engagement with the public health sector has been quite strong, but the healthcare, I think, has been left out of that. In terms of broader concerns, that lack of engagement is part of what's driving our argument that the definition of critical hospital should be narrowed to exclude private hospital, at least until...
You don't believe private hospitals are critical?
I don't believe they are critical in the same sense that the public hospital, particularly public hospitals providing ICU are. Public hospitals providing ICU are required to staff those beds and have those beds available. Public hospitals, if we don't have the staff to run the ICU, we close the ICU.
Well, I can see how that could potentially have an impact in a crisis if you close your ICUs because you're not able to staff them.
Yeah, and if we look at, we haven't materially had to close ICU recently, but certainly through the staffing challenges through the Omicron wave of COVID, there have been times when it has been a challenge to staff those facilities. Particularly in favor of, in many cases, we were providing staff to the public hospitals to ensure they could maintain capacity, and we were happy to engage in those processes, no question. But that meant we didn't necessarily have the staff available to run all the services we might want to. And there is a limited pool of national across the nation, public or private. There's a limited pool of people skilled and trained and accredited to run those facilities.
Yep. Okay, understood. Moving to United Care.
Thanks, Chair. I think our primary concern here is about the cost of implementation. And we've done our own estimates as well. But the department's estimates, as Mr. Hall has already pointed out, $8.5 million to implement. I think the broader system consideration is for smaller hospitals and independent hospitals with a small ICU. The decision may be just to close the intensive care unit because you just can't justify maintaining an intensive care unit if you're going to have an additional level of cost to achieve compliance. We had a follow-up discussion last week facilitated by the Minister about the timeframes, and that did give us some additional clarity. But still, there is a requirement to comply over a time period, and no matter what that time period is, the majority of private hospitals right now are certainly impacted by COVID in a variety of forms, if not running at a loss. And so any cost impost is more than we can afford to bear right now. So I think that's our primary concern.
And I'm still interested though in interrogating these cost issues. I really want to understand from your organisational point of view, what is it that you'll be required to do that will incur these costs that you wouldn't ordinarily need to do anyway?
Yeah, please. Chair, Daniel Wong here, Senior Manager, Advocacy and Government Relations with Uniting Care. The costs, I think it's broken up into two ways, is probably the easiest way to think of it. The first obligation of the rules in the 6-month period and the 18-month period is to come up with a risk management plan and program and have that completed and signed off by the board and notify, as our understanding, the Department of Home Affairs. So for this, we don't have the resourcing to conduct these risk management audits. So it would be a case of actually going through our own processes, seeing what the future obligations are of the rules and the legislation, and then doing a risk assessment and audit of our own processes and controls to see how they match. That's the first stage. That once you have that analysis, you can start mapping out where we will get to in terms of what mitigation costs, what security measures we need to introduce to meet the obligations set out in terms of actual requirements in the rules and legislation. I hope that provides some clarity there.
Thank you, it does. I'm grateful for that. Unfortunately, whether we like it or not, the healthcare sector is a target of ransomware and other cyber attacks. We've seen that in Australia and internationally. For argument's sake, let's say that you were excluded from the bill. Would you be confident that you're doing enough now within each of your organisations to protect yourselves and your patients from the very serious threat that that poses to the services you provide to them?
Certainly from a Ramsay Healthcare perspective, we believe we are. We invest heavily in cybersecurity and risk management, and we continue to do so. The difference being the requirement to maintain at least specific on the 18-month horizon, the specific security controls across all facilities at the same level. And I note the department's supplementary submission noting that only hospitals with ICU are covered, but in the case of Ramsay Healthcare, we run a large network of hospitals. It would be more costly for us to run differential controls and maintain that effectively across different levels of hospital rather than run common controls across all hospitals.
Mr. Hall?
Yeah, we would be the same. We obviously run quite significant cybersecurity programs and risk management programs. And I think one of the interesting things, as an example, the risk standards which are outlined in the Act don't relate to risk standards. And so if you looked at ISO standards, which we operate to, the Act has got requirements above and beyond those or different from those. And if you had a standardised risk management approach, then it would be hard to argue if you had additional costs. But absolutely put in place risk management and cybersecurity. The reality though, risk management is doing a risk management target tends to identify risks, and then there's a requirement on our board from a fiduciary point of view to respond to those risks. And that's part of where I think the costs have come in from the department. I think that's where it needs to get looked at. But obviously we put in place solid security around cyber attacks. No one's immune from those, but we certainly do that right across the board for all our facilities.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and were you indicating as well, Mr. Krieg?
Yes, thanks, Chair. I think the issue here is scale is important in responding to this. So where you're a big organisation, your ability to respond in a universal way is somewhat easier. There are a number of small facilities, standalone facilities with intensive care units, and or even smaller groups such as ours, where the cost is a larger percentage of our revenue, no matter which way you do it. We absolutely agree that we are critical infrastructure. We don't have a problem with that. It's just how to absorb that cost of implementation over whatever time period is significant, just around the risk management programs and implementing all the other controls we have to put in place. It is a significant cost uplift on what we already do. And we do have significant cyber security and other processes in place, but it is a significant additional cost. And that's the problem.
Thank you. I want to provide an opportunity for Mr. Dreyfus to have some questions. I might come back at the end, depending on how much time we have. Mr. Dreyfus. You're on mute still.
I didn't have any questions. Thank you, Chair.
Oh, sorry. I was anticipating in advance that you might.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other committee members have questions? I want to provide that opportunity before I plough on.
Yeah, David Fawcett here. Just very quickly, in the submissions from private hospitals, there was some discussion around the financial disadvantage a hospital provider who had an ICU would be up against a provider who didn't have an ICU. If you're operating both a hospital with an ICU and a hospital without an ICU, can I assume that you have back-of-house systems that will cross both hospitals, or do both of those hospitals generally operate as separate entities?
I can certainly answer that from a St Vincent's point of view. We operate hospitals with ICUs and hospitals without ICUs. And as a good example, we've got a hospital in Toowoomba, which has got an ICU unit, which will be covered by this this legislation. We would probably choose to close down the ICU unit, which would put more pressure on the public system and change the activity, because the size of the hospital, it's a regional hospital, it actually makes no profit. We operate it from a mission point of view, and so it would be an additional cost impact. But we largely run the same systems across the hospitals, but it would be a choice, and this is the same issue as Ramsay's have stated. It would be a choice as whether we carry on running under the critical infrastructure, because it creates such a cost impost. It would actually take that hospital to a point where it's losing money to operate with an ICU. And so you take the choice just to take the ICU out. But the systems largely are the same. Most ICU systems have specialist technology requirements, and obviously they have specialist equipment, and that's a differentiator. One way of dealing with that is probably to look at the scale of critical infrastructure and say what level of ICU and what location of ICU is regarded as critical. I suspect it would be hard to argue that our Toowoomba facility is, but certainly our inner city ones, I think we would absolutely agree they are critical infrastructure, and they've been used quite often in crises before, and so those would have to keep operating. But yeah, they use the same systems largely.
Sure. When you say same systems, you mean duplicate systems, or they have a network which is managed by the corporate in a host location?
We host
one system with different nodes.
Our strategy is we have one system across our whole group, so we operate in about 28 locations for the health activity, and we operate the same systems across the hospitals as far as possible. And as far as possible, our strategy is to be cloud-based.
Sure. Mr. Neil?
Yeah, so we certainly, similar, we run core systems that are common across all facilities. So it's one instance servicing all facilities, whether they're critical hospital with ICU or without. Picking up on your original point, I suspect it was our submission that made the point about hospital with or operators with or without ICU. And we were thinking more there in terms of competitors that run no hospitals with ICU or run predominantly day surgery or those sort of facilities where they would, if they're not running ICU, would be able to operate at a lower cost base than we would have to.
Okay. Thank you. I can't see any other hands, so Chair, I'll hand back to you.
I think there might have been another hand there. Mr. Craig, did you want to add something there?
Yes, thanks, Chair. Senator, most hospital groups run similar systems across the board. So they have a standard system across their entire network. But Mr. Hall's absolutely right. In those smaller locations, you'll make decisions around closing ICUs, and they may be a small number of beds, but the impact on that local community is quite significant of closing even a small number of beds. We've also been providing support to the public system, particularly during COVID. And so any dilution of those bed numbers becomes critical no matter what facility it is. I think it's important to note too that intensive care units are very high cost, and typically they don't run at a profit anyway. They are really a cost of doing business. So it does really push us to a limit of is it sensible for us to continue to run those facilities that are already marginal if we have an extra cost imposed upon us. So that's the critical factor for us moving forward.
Okay, Senator Fawcett, just checking that was your final question. Any other colleagues just want to provide an opportunity to ask further questions here? If not, I'll continue. I'm interested in your own assessment of the cyber risk that each of your organisations face, including the universities and the pharmacists as well. Provide an opportunity for you to talk about your recent experiences in the last, say, 6 to 12 months and how you see the threat environment. I might start with Ms Jackson.
Thanks for the question, Senator Patterson. You and the other members will be well aware of cyber incidents that have taken place on Australian university campuses and the extreme speed at which universities have moved to protect both records and vital information. Also, the quite unprecedented way they've shared information to be able to assist not just other universities but other sectors in managing these expanding risks. We have no issue at all with cyber being covered in this legislation. We think that is critical infrastructure, so we have no beef with that being in the legislation. We would ask members of the committee just to take into account that there will be costs there, and we look forward to having a further discussion with government about how we cover those costs. Protecting your institution against cyber intrusion is not a cheap or simple process, and we look forward to discussion with government about how we best manage that, or continue to best manage that. Also, the UFIT process has been absolutely fundamental here, and the guidelines issued in November last year, the second set of guidelines, which really do strengthen our ability as a sector to manage risk in cyber and other areas, are fundamental here. Again, that doesn't go without cost, but they're matters for further discussion with government further down the track.
Thank you. Ms Thompson.
Thank you, Senator. I won't repeat because I concur with everything that Ms Jackson just said, other than to say that I think, we have built our resilience. As you well know, Senator, this has been quite a journey for the university sector more broadly, not just in relation to this legislation, over the last really 18 to 20, 24 months or so, and UFIT has underpinned that. But, Senator, I wonder if I can just pick up on a couple of points, if that's possible to do that now, in relation to the bill at hand, because we do make the point in our submission, and I'd like to reiterate it here, particularly around the definition of higher education and the research sector. It has been amended in the bill, and that's an important thing. It's quite incredible how just the change of one word actually does change quite a significant part, and so that's important. We do contend, though, and this is advice we've received from our general counsels, that we probably are duplicating within the definition where we refer to national security, which is clearly defined in the bill, and we also refer to the defence of Australia. And so we are suggesting that perhaps we remove the defence of Australia, but that is not removing the issue of national security. Defence of Australia is not defined in the bill, so it either should be defined in the bill so that it is something separate to national security, or it be removed. And then the other point also from the Group of 8 is around the systems of national significance. We think that requires further explanation and clarification. We have worked with Home Affairs on this. I've gone out to our universities on several occasions, and we are struggling to actually define what a system of national significance would be within our universities. So some guidelines and also some further advice around that I think would be really important. Part of the issue would be a security aspect. You necessarily don't want to, loud hail what your system of national significance might be. But we do have the UFIT process, which we can use to have those secure and protected conversations in as much as we can. But there is still some confusion, I think, and I know so, certainly the universities that I represent. And so without that clarity, we're left sort of guessing as to what a system of national significance might be. So whether or not, and I note that in the legislation, or at least part of the bill, the minister does have at his or her disposal some guidelines in terms of declaring a system of national significance, but I think we're still left wanting within the sector as to what that might be. So the example that I've come up with, for example, and I've given this to Home Affairs, during COVID, for example, would the Doherty Institute have been designated as a system of national significance given its role in the development of a vaccine? The response that I've got from Home Affairs is that essentially, if that was compromised in any way, that's not going to shut down the nation. It's going to cause a major issue, but it's not going to shut down the nation. Similarly, if we look at the NCI, the National Computational Infrastructure, that does have an impact on another piece of the economy. If you look at, say, if that's impacted, that could impact the Bureau of Meteorology. But is that actually a system of national significance for a moment in time or completely all the time? And so it's not for us not wanting to identify them, but we're struggling in our universities to actually identify them. Some guidance around that, I think, would be appreciated within this framework of this legislation. So they're the sort of two main points from the Group of 8, the definitional issue and the SONS.
Yeah, and just on that question of the SONS, I mean, the government has made it very clear to the committee that their intention is that a very small number of entities would be designated in that way, but we'll seek some further clarity for you from them on that. Mr. Shi, you're indicating?
Thank you, Senator. I just wanted to echo the sentiments from Ms Thompson as well, and just remind the committee that since the incidences, particularly that at ANU in 2018, I think there's been a robust response from our universities in driving cultural change and awareness of these issues, as has there been throughout the agencies of government, leading with UFIT in 2019, and very much grateful to the approach taken by the government in co-design of that, and the leadership from Martin Bean, former Vice-Chancellor at RMIT University, and more recently Debbie Terry on behalf of our sector, Vice-Chancellor at the University of Queensland. We think that this level of engagement is the model moving forward, because we understand that these incidences and this threat to national security and cyber security and other issues is going to be ongoing and evolving. So we believe that if we want to have a look at this at one point in time for this legislation, we want to keep looking at it as it evolves. And obviously those definitional issues are really important to us, because once we understand them, we can act on them. We also had incidences across 2 of our universities, which we dealt with very swiftly, and I think was a model of engagement with the security agencies in Canberra. And we've offered private briefings to PGCES on those issues. But it's led to a really great cultural change across our universities. Our Chief Information Officers and Chief Security Officers are meeting regularly to exchange information and best practice, and I think that's a wonderful thing.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Shi. I would endorse that. I think there's significant progress has been made there. To the Pharmacy Guild, any further observations you want to share on this?
Thank you. So in terms of the community pharmacy network, there have been some instances of issues with security of ICT equipment and that infrastructure, but it has been rare. From the Pharmacy Guild perspective, we continue to advise members on the importance of investment in security of infrastructure, and we have various programs and accreditation schemes that require those businesses to meet with privacy requirements and levels of ICT sophistication. I would say that the systems that are most critical for pharmacies are those that, I suppose, interface with government in terms of dispensing software, and that is a joint thing with both the dispensing providers, the dispensing software providers, as well as Services Australia. So I believe Services Australia may have some views in terms of its capability and security of its systems, as would the dispensing software providers.
Okay, thank you. And any final observations on these questions from the healthcare sector that you'd like to share?
Senator, it's Michael Creed here from Uniting Care. We have been the subject of a cyber attack, which I'm not directly at liberty to talk about, but we've had some secondary incidents as well, and there was a well-publicised one where Kronos, which is a payroll system, was taken down internationally. We're also aware of the Irish healthcare system that was massively disrupted probably 12 months ago, I think, where they literally had to stop operating their healthcare system, and there was a network in New Zealand that was taken down. I think the fundamental issue here is no matter how good you think your cyber security is, the hackers are trying to find a way in, and it doesn't matter how much you spend on it, that it is a problem. So I think that our experience would be that you can have all the risk management in place, but they still find a way through that process, and it is an issue that everyone should be focused on.
Yeah, look, I do take your point. There is no doubt that the cyber actors are using increasingly sophisticated tools, but we've had extensive public evidence through this inquiry and previous inquiries, particularly from the Australian Cybersecurity Centre, that it is often the case that intrusions are done actually with very basic tools, and that if entities had done just like the bare minimum cyber health and cyber security initiatives, they could have prevented those. And that really strains the resources of government in assisting the sector, because if we're trying to assist people who could have prevented these things and protected themselves from relatively low level sophistication attacks, that means the high level sophistication attacks, which you can't do anything about, which are beyond your ability to defend yourself, don't get the attention that they could deserve. And it's my understanding, we'll put this to the government this afternoon, that is essentially what they're trying to do here, is to eliminate those lower risk, low tech attacks so they can concentrate on the priority areas.
Daniel Wong here, Chair. I don't think anyone is disagreeing about uplifting systems across the sectors. The issue is for the non-government hospital sector, the focus as ourselves as a charity, not-for-profit, is on patient care, and in the private sector, it's to make a dollar. So the costs around that, especially after the serious impacts of COVID on our financial balance sheet, the costs to implement that is the issue for us.
Yeah, look, I do understand that. But there are some kind of both Australian and international examples where patient care has been impacted by cyber attacks and inadequate protections. And we have this legal case in the United States stemming out of a hospital in Alabama where a death has been attributed to a ransomware attack. Now, that's got to go through the court process in the US, and there will be determinations and findings about that. But here in Victoria, Box Hill Hospital was out and had severely reduced services for an extended period of time because of a ransomware attack. I mean, this clearly does impact on your core mission of being able to deliver services to your patients. Mr. Hall, you're indicating?
Just to be clear, from I think the Catholic sector's point of view and from St Vincent's point of view, I have to agree with you. I think that the issue and the standards are not addressed as well as they should be in the sector, and I think that encouragement to improvement is key. I don't think we have any dispute around the need for excellence in cybersecurity. Every patient record we have is worth nearly $1,000 on the black market. That's a high value proposition, and the onus is on us to have good systems in place. And I agree, the feedback I've had from both the public sector and private sector is that some of the attacks have been pretty basic ones. If they were the highly sophisticated ones, I think fair enough, but you're right, the standards need to lift, and we'd agree with that approach. The cost is still an issue.
Understood. Thank you. Mr. Neal, did you want to make a contribution here?
Yes, just to round it out. I certainly agree. The health sector historically has underinvested in cybersecurity, and that needs to change, and there needs to be an uplifting capability and focus. No argument there. Ramsay has had, fortunately, no material issues for a number of years. We're very, very thankful for that. I think our key concern at this point would be there had the lack of engagement from the department with the private hospital, private healthcare sector in terms of understanding and working through the nuances of how private healthcare is different, and there's a different business model from public healthcare.
Yeah, thank you. I've heard that loud and clear today from you. I have to say I'm surprised and disappointed that that is your evidence, not at you, but because if you took anything out of our last inquiry into this, probably our core recommendation was additional consultation needed to take place. So I will be putting that to Department of Home Affairs, and I look forward to hearing what they have to say about that, because that was a very clear message from the committee to the department.
Yeah, and I will say that's not without, not for lack of us wanting to. We have reached out, we have tried to engage with Home Affairs, and they have chosen not to, is our experience at least.
Yeah, well, that is very surprising and disappointing evidence for us to hear. But we're grateful for you bringing it to our attention, and we will be taking it up with Home Affairs this afternoon. Are there any other colleagues on the committee who have further questions? If not, can I thank you all very much for your attendance and your evidence here today and your submissions. We're grateful for your time. The committee will now pause and we'll resume at 12:15 with our panel of union representatives. And I welcome representatives of the Australian Council of Trade Unions and the Electrical Trades Union. For the Hansard record, could you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee, starting with ACTU?
Scott Connolly, Assistant Secretary, Australian Council of Trade Unions, Chair.
Joseph Mitchell, Workers Capital Manager, Australian Council of Trade Unions.
Thank you.
Michael Wright, Acting Secretary of the Electrical Trades Union of Australia.
Matthew Murphy, National Industry Coordinator for the Electrical Trades Union of Australia.
Thank you very much. As you may be aware, we are not able to have delivered opening statements, but if you've provided them to the committee, they'll be incorporated in Hansard, and if they're provided after this, we can incorporate them as supplementary submissions. Given the limited time, we'll go straight to questions. I wonder, Mr. Dreyfus, I know you have questions. Would you like to start off the questions for these witnesses?
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll get straight to it because we don't have a lot of time, and the first questions I've got would go to the ETU. The last time that the ETU was before this committee, you outlined, I think I'll describe them as employers' plans to subject workers in the power industry to extensive background checks. Have you had any discussions with those employers about how the new version of the bill, that's the one that's now before the committee, will change the approach of those employers from the version of the bill that we looked at last year?
Thank you for the question. I can confirm that we have had ongoing discussions with employers in our industry. Their view at the moment is that they haven't seen anything that's changed their approach, particularly because the definition of critical worker now seems to be broader than what we were dealing with under the previous version of this act, where it was, at one point there was terminology around critical personnel, which then had a definition behind it that was somewhat tighter.
Perhaps to go to it, this is the consultation process that has been followed in relation to this bill is something that quite a number of the submissions that have been received by the committee have been very critical of. The committee, in its report last year that this bill is a result of, asked the Department of Home Affairs to engage in a process of co-design for the rules that would be enlivened by this bill. Can you outline what involvement, if any, the unions have had in that co-design process that the committee had in mind? This is a question also for the ETU.
Well, I might go first. I'm afraid we've had no involvement. We did have some engagement. We were having engagement with the department under the previous iteration of this bill. We did attend a town hall meeting, and we were keen to keep engaging further, but unfortunately the matter was the bill was brought back on, and that process ended. Perhaps the particular frustration for us is in all of our communications with the department, we don't actually think that there's a difference in outcome that we want between what we want and what the department and what the government wants in terms of who is captured by this bill. The issue is very much one around appropriate drafting to ensure that it doesn't have not a disproportionate impact, compared to the risk, but that it has an impact disconnected from the risk that's in play.
Now, I've got a last question for you, Mr. Murphy, but for the ETU, then I'll go to the ACTU. How would you say the rules framework that's now outlined in the explanatory memoranda and in the submissions that the department has made to this committee, how has the rules framework changed since the bill that the committee was looking at last year?
With respect to personnel, it seems to be broader. And by way of example, it talks about access to critical electricity or critical assets. Now, in the context of the electricity industry, where the terminology used is access permits when accessing the infrastructure, and that those access permits are issued to lines workers, electricians. That's why it has a natural implication for how the authorities and the industry will apply it. And the problem is that it doesn't really stop there, because the reason we have a concern that it will naturally extend out to say apprentices is if an employer is putting on an apprentice for a 3-year or a 4-year trade, they're going to expect that that person is able to work on their assets at the end of it. So even though apprentices may not be directly covered by the rules that are included with the explanatory memoranda, the natural sort of creeping grapevine effect of the bill is that it needs to encroach out beyond the strict, beyond whatever the limits are. And that's why we're keen to work with the department on ensuring that those critical individuals who do exist within the electricity industry do have appropriate protections and controls around them, which is not to say that they don't already have them, but it is entirely appropriate that there is regulation around that, but not to have the unintended consequence of suddenly having tens of thousands of workers subject to this regime.
Thanks very much, Mr. Wright. And if I can go now to the ACTU, I'm not sure if it's Mr. Mitchell or Mr. Connolly that are going to answer the questions, but either one of you. Just on this question of the rules, this is something that your submission went directly to, and it relates, of course, to the question of how many thousands of workers might be subject to background checks. In your submission, you've drawn attention to the fact that the rules, that the exposure draft of the proposed legislative rules actually have within them a complete uncertainty, because one aspect of them is still TBA. And in particular, the definition of critical component, which in the draft rules reads, critical component means an asset, part of an asset or system that TBA. It's obviously something I'm going to raise with the department, but that's significant because in part, the definition of critical worker turns on what is a critical component. So it's not actually possible for any member of the Australian public or community or any member of a trade union to determine what the scope of these rules is intended to be. But my question to the ACTU is, what's your take on the current position advanced by the Department of Home Affairs in relation to these rules insofar as they potentially apply to thousands of workers?
Well, that they are incomplete doesn't give us comfort that the rules will be appropriately targeted and they won't cause unnecessary or unreasonable imposition of background checks on employees or even people within the supply chain. And similarly, that they won't be used to undermine fundamental workplace rights, like conducting a health and safety assessment or a health and safety inspection of a work site. It sort of does point to the problem that we have had with the consultation process and our concern for the department not heeding the recommendation of this committee to come back with draft rules which are complete to the fullest extent possible. If the exposure draft still is incomplete and presented to this committee, it really does underline that they haven't done that job. But we share the concerns of the ETU that there are workers on sites across different industries which will reasonably be subjected to background checks and are often already. We see that in the aviation and maritime industries already, other critical parts of the economy. But what we have a concern with is a maximalist approach to complying with the law, and there aren't protections here to ensure there aren't unreasonable or unwarranted background checks put on employees.
So just on this question of interaction with occupational health and safety legislation or the Fair Work Act, I want to make sure I've understood this correctly. Those other acts of Parliament, some of them state and some of them federal, like the Fair Work Act, confer a range of rights on workers and a range of rights on workers' representatives. Is your concern that the rules going to this question of who is a critical worker don't sufficiently engage with that, with interaction with those other pieces of legislation?
Yes, that's exactly the case. Your Honour, I think the issue for us is that there's an absence of clarity about the intersection of this Act. There's some assurances being made through the process that those laws are to be followed and abided by and not impinged upon, but what's missing fundamentally is any clear positive obligation to ensure that that's the case and that we don't see any erosion of these rights because of these laws. And again, unfortunately, we've already had instances where some employers in the sector, in the energy sector, it's just one example, have sought to use this pending legislation as a means to circumscribe people's rights under the Fair Work Act. And it just reinforces in our mind the imperative that while this Act is appropriate, the protections that it proposes to introduce is appropriate for our nation, that it's done so in a way that doesn't dilute the rights of workers beyond those that are required to have a higher standard of security for our national and the integrity of our national security systems.
Do you think that there are amendments which could draw clear boundaries around what you've described as employer overreach or the potential for employer overreach?
Yeah, we do, and I think this is perhaps it's not so much overreach, although that is a concern of ours. It's equally just a misinterpretation or the fact that people misconceive their obligation by trying to do the right thing, and we get in this conflict. And this shouldn't be about conflict. We're not here saying that this is an issue for our movement or workers in these industries. We acknowledge it. We want to support the process to make sure this is done properly. And by amendment, we absolutely think that there's a structured way that provisions can be put in place to put those positive obligations in the bill that ensure that it doesn't impinge on rights under the Fair Work Act, the OH&S Acts respectively, and that these protections are simply done by amendment. And we're disappointed, of course, I think, as the committee is, that hasn't been the product of the consultation process that you urged the department to undertake.
The department has assured this committee in its 2 submissions, and in some instances has written into the exposure draft that what you could call worst case interpretations are not the intention of this legislation. From your point of view, is that an adequate response?
Absolutely not.
What would an appropriate response look like?
Well, an appropriate response is, of course, putting the provisions that give us those assurances in the bill and making it very clear to all parties that there's a boundary here, that there's a requisite standard that's required to be met of certain types of workers on these assets, and that it's applied to those workers explicitly, and no leakage to other workers where there isn't the concern, that the substantive concern that this bill rightly seeks to address. And that is not complicated. These are well-established legislative structures around workers' rights. They're well-established global conventions. And we're really just seeking that they're upheld as they are in many other legislative instruments where they intersect with workplace rights and workplace health and safety rights.
Yes, thanks very much. I'm going to defer to other members of the committee, Chair, and thank you for that time. If there is more time, I've got a couple more questions to come back to.
Thanks, Mr. Dreyfus. I'll see if there's indications from other committee members. I have a couple of questions that I suspect will be relatively straightforward and quick, but I'll just see if there's any other committee members. None have indicated to me directly. All right, I'll just ask a couple of clarifying questions, and then I can go back to you, Mr. Dreyfus. I just want to establish at a threshold level, I certainly understand the desire on part of both of witnesses to have more clarity about exactly the scope of these provisions, and no doubt Mr. Dreyfus will take that up on your behalf with the department this afternoon. But I just want to stand at a threshold level. Do you think it's appropriate to have a criminal history check of someone who is working for a critical infrastructure provider in a relevant role?
If I can answer, at least in the context of the electricity industry, certainly there are roles within the electricity industry where that already happens and where it is entirely appropriate. Now, as to the relevance of the criminal history check, that's properly needs to be assessed on a case-by-case basis. But yes.
Agreed. Okay, so you don't have an in-principle objection to things like criminal history checks. It's just the scope of it that is your concern.
In a situation where if it's the entirety of the workforce, and if it's an ongoing criminal history check, which to be of any use, it would probably need, I would assume would need to be, well, then we start to have a real issue of intrusion into people's private lives, where it's not so much that, again, not disproportionate, but disconnected from the risk that we all want to avoid.
And
the ACTU, do you have the same or a different perspective?
The same, completely the same. Look, these are appropriate. They're in place in other requirements on the waterfront and the aviation sector, and the other sectors addressed by this bill. But it's to the point about their scope and reach, and those things have been settled and by consultation in those instances, and they work well and work appropriately in those sectors. When those cards came in the MIS cards, for one example, we worked through those issues with some vigorous consultation, but now it's well established and uncontested that that's an appropriate requirement in some of these sectors, and I think we'd urge that that's the pathway that we take here.
And just to clarify, the AusCheck scheme does provide some good protections for privacy, but just by enabling access doesn't require the use of the scheme to address background checks in a risk management plan. And we've got a concern that employers might engage third parties because there are rightfully some concerns about how fast the AusCheck scheme is in its response times, and employers might not be able to wait that long for their labour to be engaged. So to ensure that those privacy protections remain for the workforce, we seek that only the AusCheck scheme is used and not third parties, which might engage in background checks and their own private investigations, which wouldn't quarantine the data in the way that Home Affairs has described in its supplementary submission.
Right, okay. All right, thank you, that's helpful. Back to you, Mr. Dreyfus.
Thanks, thanks very much, Chair. The other suggestions that the ACTU have made, which are set out in your submission, go to, I suppose, a range of amendments that you're suggesting should be made to the bill that's before the committee. One of those we've dealt with, which is fixing up the definition of critical worker, and I don't think I need to go over that again. But another suggestion you've made is that decisions made under the bill should be reviewable by the Administrative Appeals Tribunal. Can you explain why you're saying that that is appropriate?
Yes. Look, we think there's just obviously a concern about the scope and breadth, appropriately to a degree. What we're talking about here and the powers introduced both, to a degree with the minister's powers and then the employer's powers through the risk management plan. But in its current construction, where some of those things arguably are discretionary is perhaps too, strong a word, but certainly the almost discretionary nature for employers to seek plans with requirements concern us absolutely, and our experience anecdotally already suggests that those concerns are well founded, and I think the committee's heard evidence to that effect. And without having a mechanism, as there currently there's an absence of any mechanism for an appropriate level of oversight through the AAT, just exposes this bill to be a mechanism to be ineffective, and also a mechanism to see the rights of workers eroded if it is abused. And it's just appropriate that Parliament, in our minds, takes steps to put that check in place, and also that mechanism for people to have their liberties, of course inclusive of their workplace rights, protected in this context, or the context of this legislation.
So, like the other changes that you're suggested, or amendments, that one, a possibility of review by the Administrative Appeals Tribunal, is something that goes to simply a check and balance on potentially unwarranted use of background checks.
Absolutely, Mr. Dreyfus. We just think it's absolutely appropriate. Where this bill is, its construction, its significance, there is a need for appropriate checks and balances, and I think it is appropriate that this committee takes that step, and the Parliament itself seeks the assurance. It's giving significant powers to the department, and by default here to employers, that we're putting in place appropriate checks to ensure that rights aren't being eroded. Perhaps not by design, but by error. But we don't want to see a situation where this piece of legislation has negative implications across critical industries and becomes a weight not just on their functioning, but the realities of their capacity to perform on an ongoing basis if we have issues where people are discouraged from operating in these sectors, and that's not where we need to be. We can't afford to be.
Yes, I just to be clear, I don't take you for one moment to be suggesting that background checks won't be appropriate in many cases in these industries, but
Yes.
What you're concerned with here in making these suggestions is to have checks and balances. And I take it that the other suggestions, legislating for mandatory consultation by employers with employees and their union representatives, if an employer is considering background checks as part of a risk management plan, that's simply another check and balance. Is that right?
Yes, it is. It is, and it also reflects best practice in the sectors where that's the steps that generally the employers take, where they're genuine. There is a shared understanding of the significance of the issues, like there is in this issue. I think we made that case at the start. We're not coming here in opposition. We're coming here with a view to make this a successful and effective regime, and to do that, it's best done in a consultative and engaged way in workplaces that, where it is appropriate, they're taking the steps to implement the plans that the regulation requires them to do.
I think that is sufficient. Yes, sorry. I think that's sufficient for my purposes, Chair. And thank you very much to the representatives of the ACTU and the ETU.
Thank you, Mr. Dreyfus. I'll just check whether any other committee members have any further questions. If not, can I thank the ACTU and the ETU for your time and engagement with the committee this afternoon? We're grateful for it. The committee will now break and will resume at 1:15 p.m.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, committee.
Thank you. I now welcome representatives of the AI Group, the Business Council of Australia, the Australian Logistics Council, Ports Australia, AGL and Water Services Association of Australia. For the Hansard record, I'll invite you each to state your name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee, starting with the AI Group.
Louise McGrath, Head of Industry Development and Policy.
Charles Huang, Lead Advisor on Industry Development and Defence Industry Policy.
Thank you. The Business Council of Australia.
Thank you, Chair. Chris Louis, Director for Digital Economy, Cyber and Future Industries.
Thank you. The Logistics Council.
Thank you. Rachel Smith, Head of Government and Policy.
Gary Cork, Policy Advisor.
Thank you. Ports Australia.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Mike Gallagher, GALLACHER, the CEO of Ports Australia.
Thank you. AGL.
Elizabeth Molyneux, General Manager of Policy, Regulation and Sustainability, and my colleague
Louis Wellard, Senior Manager for the Group Risk Function at AGL.
Thank you and welcome. And Water Services Australia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Greg Ryan, Director of Business Excellence, and my colleague.
Luke Sortel, Manager Security and Resilience at Urban Utilities and the Chair of the Water Services Sector Group.
Great. And is there anyone I have not acknowledged? Doesn't look like it. Okay. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. For the hearing, the committee will ask that any opening statements be written and forwarded to the Secretariat prior to the hearing. These statements will be incorporated into the Hansard transcript if they are provided by the requested date. Otherwise, they'll be published as supplementary submissions for the relevant witnesses. This will allow for the fullest discussion to occur at the hearing today. Additionally, due to the very short time frame that the committee is undertaking to complete this review in, please try to answer all questions or provide information to the best of your ability and evidence today. As written, further answers will have to be provided within 24 hours if you undertake to provide any, and I've asked committee members to equally be concise with those. And the committee will now proceed directly to questioning, and then I'll start and then I'll invite some of my colleagues to follow. I want to, at the outset, ask those of you who were part of our previous inquiry process last year into the initial critical infrastructure bill, who are again reappearing as part of this process, which I think is almost everyone, if not everyone on the call today, to share with us any reflections you have on the revised approach that the government has now taken in response to the recommendations that the committee made in the first bill. We'll start with the AI Group and I'll go through the witnesses accordingly.
Thanks, Senator. Just as a general comment in terms of reflection, I think overall, in terms of the consultative approach in which the Department of Home Affairs conduct itself, we found them to be professional, and they have engaged with us on as part of these reforms. I suppose more generally, there's always room to improve in terms of the way things can be consulted, such as timeframes for consultation, etc. The splitting of the bill into two we understand the rationale for the expedited process for Bill 1, and obviously we're now discussing about Bill 2 here. I think there's still issues around need for clarity, providing sufficient certainty, general principles around policy development that I think captures a few themes from maybe other stakeholders as well. But if I can pause there, and if there's anything particular that you'd like from us, we're happy to chime in as well. But those are some of the overarching thoughts. Thanks.
Yep, that's a good opening comment. We'll go to the BCA.
Thank you, Chair. I would agree with the comments that have just been made. I do think Home Affairs has done given the sort of the timeframes and the sort of the circumstances in which they were operating, I think as good a job as they could in terms of the consultation process. I mean, as their supplementary submission ran through, they've run a number of town halls, held a number of bilateral discussions, and I found them to be very responsive and helpful when I've had to ask questions directly of them or direct any questions from our members or introduce members to them who've had any sort of questions. I think the overall broader, I guess, second package of reforms, I think is obviously, as Charles has said, there is scope always for improvement in these, but I do think there is again, given the timeframes they're working within, I think Home Affairs has tried to include as much of the feedback as possible as they've received. But of course, I think there's probably areas, as we'll probably go into further, where we think there's still opportunities to sort of do better and sort of get a package of reforms that sort of works for everybody.
Yeah, thank you. I will have a follow-up question on that in a moment. The Logistics Council.
Thank you, Chair. And look, our comments are very similar to the previous comments made. There has been a series of, well, many town halls, but often somewhat one-way dialogue. So for us, true consultation would be that sector-specific co-design phase to really encapsulate, I guess, the intricacies of each sector and how industry and government can bring about the best intent of the legislation and the Act. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ports Australia.
Mr. Chairman, if I can follow on from the comments by the ALC, yes, there have been many and quite a number of meetings, and a number of those have been in the town hall format where there literally have been hundreds of people, and I recognise the time frame. We're very fortunate in that we have been able to have some one-on-one dialogue, but I don't know if that's being replicated by others who are caught up in this legislation. So from our perspective, we're very grateful for the one-on-ones, but some of the town halls have been quite significant in number, and it has been difficult in that context.
Okay, thank you. Jill.
Thank you, Chair. We would echo the comments of the previous speakers. The town halls are very large, informative sessions, but that ability to have more deep collaboration with industry would be appreciated going forward, but we've certainly been appreciative of the consultation process thus far and very pleased that Home Affairs took on board many of the recommendations of the last report.
All right, thank you. And Water Services Australia. Sorry, Dr. Ryan, you're just on mute there.
Sorry, sir.
There we go. Yep.
Yeah, we'd echo the previous comments. The town halls have been quite packed. It has been difficult to get clear points across on that. We would also echo the comments of the other caller that we were fortunate enough to have a number of one-on-ones with the sector, and we did feel that was quite positive engagement with the department. And so there has been some positives there. But again, yeah, I think there's definitely room for improvement, particularly around the compressed timeframes. Note that there has been a lot to cover in a very short time. I'm not sure that we've done justice to all the components that have been considered or needed to be considered, and I'm sure we'll get to those in a moment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Turning now to any remaining changes you are seeking to the bill, if you could each briefly summarise the highest priority change or changes that you are seeking. We don't have time, I'm afraid, to get to all of the individual suggestions you might have, but what are the highest priorities for each of the sectors that you represent? Again, starting with the AI Group.
I'll try and be a little bit specific, but I guess
that'd be good.
The scope of entities captured, we understand, has kind of been defined, and the assets involved. There's still elements that still need clarity, particularly around rules that are yet to be developed, which we appreciate another part of the process. But when we're talking about regulatory impact, you've no doubt heard before, it's very difficult to assess an impact without knowing the detail. So I don't know if there's a resolution there. But the other element around clarity is in terms of safeguards. And I've reviewed a few other submissions that talk about different elements of safeguards that could be introduced and oversight. So any way that clarity and safeguards could be included or amended to the legislation. But I apologise, there's a general comment there.
No, that's all right. That's we value that, and the guidance material and further kind of clarity about how it be implemented has been a consistent theme today. Can I just put back to you before I go to others? The government has said publicly quite clearly that it wants to continue to design those in a collaborative way with industry to make sure that they're fit for purpose. Does that meet the concerns that you have, or are you seeking any legislative changes prior to that?
Well, I guess as much as possible, if those areas of clarity could be confirmed in legislation, as you know, it's the most authoritative piece out there. I think guidance material is complementary or supplementary to that. It's still relevant. So I don't know if Ms. McGrath has any additional comments to mine. But yeah, that's my general. As much as possible, this is a good opportunity to maybe have a last opportunity to have that clarified in legislation. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. McGrath, did you want to add anything to that? If not, I'll...
Well, no, I'll just reinforce. I mean, the main message for our members, it's not that they object to the rules per se. They understand the risk, the motivation for them. It's that, well, to quote a member, just tell me what I have to do. So they want as much clarity as possible, not just for them, but their suppliers. And that's where we have some concern on the capturing of SMEs inadvertently. And it's very difficult when we don't know the detail to understand just what that impact will be. As you may well know, a lot of risk from large companies gets pushed down their supply chains, which means that it gets captured within the SME sector.
Unfortunately, it's because it represents a very real risk in the cybersecurity realm, unfortunately, but I take your point. Moving on to the BCA.
Thank you, Chair. Again, I'll probably be saying this a fair bit, but I definitely would agree with my colleagues' comments, so I won't traverse the same ground as they've just mentioned. I think the additional areas where it would be helpful maybe to see some legislative change, I think it was quite well ventilated earlier this morning. The software installation powers under the Systems of National Significance, I think are maybe challenging. I think Senator Forsyth's approach that was suggested earlier around potentially looking at flipping that legislation is probably something worth exploring with the department to see kind of, I guess, what their view on that would be, because certainly from our perspective and from our members' perspective, the cooperative approach is always much more preferable. The other, I guess, very briefly, components that I would suggest the committee may wish to explore a bit further are around some of the concerns we've raised previously around the government assistance measures and whether or not it's actually worthwhile using this as a chance to introduce some, I guess, greater checks and balances in there, and what the linkages are with FIRB. And finally, I think that clarification really on who is actually going to be who's going to be designated as a national system of national significance, and what the criteria is that is going to be used to really to determine that, and some really early indication of if the department is thinking about, or the regulator, I should say, is thinking about making that designation, making that indication very early, so that people have time to make those adjustments. Businesses obviously have investment cases that need to be made, and they're made over the long term. So these are things that need to be factored in if there are going to be additional costs for businesses.
Yeah, thank you. Look, I appreciate the desire for clarity on that. It's a real dilemma for the committee, though, because by its very nature, you don't want to widely advertise what a system of national significance is for our country. But I suspect the people who are going to be designated do know where they fall into it. But we'll take that up with the department, and I'm sure Senator Fawcett will take up your invitation to follow up his or their question as well. Moving on to the Logistics Council.
Thank you, Chair. So one exercise that we would actually like undertaken is a cross-mapping exercise against existing regulatory frameworks, where our members are reporting that there's duplication under many pieces of legislation and regulation. So in the interest of working smarter, not harder, that would be one recommendation from the ALC. But I will pass to Mr. Cork, as he'll talk to specific clauses that we have issues with.
Just before you do, just on that question of duplication, because that was a significant theme in our last inquiry, the Minister has made it reasonably clear in her second reading speech introducing the legislation that where existing obligations apply, she doesn't intend to switch on the risk management program for every critical infrastructure asset, recognising exactly what you say, that there's no point duplicating existing obligations. Is that not sufficient for your sector? You're looking for more clarity or additional assurances there?
Mr. Cork will answer your question, Chair.
Yeah, yes, Chair. The answer is that it's effectively all in the drafting. Of course, the government will be acting in good faith and nobody suggesting otherwise, but there are a whole lot of specialist regulations that lurk in each of the 13 respective sectors that are covered by the infrastructure legislation, as the committee would appreciate. And so there'd be, to put it bluntly, some stuff there that wouldn't be at front of mind from people in the Home Affairs Department. They would only know it once it is brought to their attention. So that's something that would need to be worked through on a case-by-case basis.
And has your industry done that already? And if so, what has the response been?
Our industry has not as yet, because our industry is not necessarily touched, except for our port sector, and I'm sure the Ports Australia will be able to address this in better detail.
Yeah, okay.
But
all right, we'll come to that. But your further points?
In that area, we're not touched by that, but members have made the point that there are regulations that are there that can be caught up through a lack of knowledge of the entire statute book that's in force. With respect to the specific bill before the committee, the one area that we ask be reviewed is that section 30AKA proposed in the bill that forms part of Part 2A of the Act be either revised or removed. Now, this was a provision that was inserted between the December exposure draft that was published by the department and introduction into the House of Representatives. We had not seen the text of that legislation until it was tabled in the House. It is drafted in a confusing manner, and we are unsure as to what is the policy intent behind it and what is the mischief it is designed to address. We can have a guess, but from the lawyer's perspective, it is unclear. And we invite the department to consider reviewing that clause with a view of improving its clarity, so that industry can design risk management plans that are compliant with the law.
Thank you. I'm just trying to pull up that provision now. What does it relate to?
It relates to risk management. It relates to risk management plans. It appears on page 21 of the bill.
Yeah.
And it's headed, responsible entity must have regard to certain matters in deciding whether to adopt or vary critical infrastructure risk management program, etc. We think what the department is trying to say is that you can incorporate by reference matters that are dealt with under Part 2A if it appears in other risk management instruments. However, regretfully, for reasons that is explained at depth in our submission, and I'm sure your secretary will look at our submission in due course.
Yeah, thank you.
Have done it is somewhat confusing, and for the reasons that we have specified in our submission, we invite the government to review the nature of that clause, given the very, very short amount of time that there is before the election to correct any legislation that's currently before the Parliament.
Okay, we'll take that up with them. Thank you. And just moving on to Ports Australia.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. We still have pre-existing concerns that we believe can be corrected under this current legislation around the definition of the default responsible entity for critical ports. We've been involved in the critical infrastructure debate for some time now, but we do believe that there needs to be a distinction between a port operator and a port facility operator. And the best example I can give you, of course, is in the privatised ports, where they actually have tenants who are terminal operators. They are their own legal entities. They bring their own subcontractors in. They have their own people in dealing with their IT. The port operator does not know. In the same way that Westfield does not know what Woolworths and Coles and Aldi are doing in their shops, we have exactly the same problem, and we have a real concern there. Unless it's addressed, it's a weakness. Our port operator will not know if there's a problem at the terminal operator level, and they're caught up in this legislation. It can be fixed up in this. We have continued to put this for some time, but we don't see it being amended. That is an issue there. The other points that we have is in relation to, as you've already indicated, the elimination of duplication of overlapping, the potential for it. We co-chair with government a committee the Maritime Industry Security Consultative Committee, we continue to raise this concern in relation to overlapping because we're caught up in quite a number of pieces of legislation. I take on board what the Minister says, but it could be still worthwhile. We've indicated to the department, we still believe this is a worthwhile project to actually do to make sure that we haven't missed anything in regards to it. The other two very quick things for me in relation to reporting obligations. We spelt that out in our submission to ensure that we have greater distinction. This legislation is looking at critical infrastructure from a cyber perspective, a cybercrime perspective, but we believe that there's an opportunity to actually get a greater understanding of what is actually reportable. For example, we could end up with people on a port that are there purely for innocent things such as fishing at a port. Is that constituting what they're looking at as being a reportable matter or something else? And the last thing is perhaps conducting, we hear from government continually about this being a co-design system. We're happy to be in that involvement, but what we also suggest is once everything's finalised, perhaps we could look at some tabletop exercises to ensure that it's not a question of catching people out, but it's ensuring that we're actually running a system between government and industry that identifies any problems after this legislation's all in place. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Adriel.
My apologies, finding the mute button. I guess just with an overall comment that anything in legislation obviously has a degree of strength over and above regulations and guidelines. Most of our comments to be attended to really relate to the clarity on and guidance on timeframes and on some of the definitions around what the specific obligations might be. So, for example, a definition of effective governance. So we're very pleased that the legislation is taking a principles-based approach, but some specificity is actually still required just to give businesses the certainty around, for example, effective governance and assurance processes that we would have to put in place that would meet the government's requirements, as well as understanding that cost and process implication to the business. That's probably as good as an example as illustration, but that goes across some of the other aspects of definition in the legislation.
And I think also just echoing some of the previous points, having some understanding on the criteria of the SONS, appreciating that it's a difficult thing to have in the public domain, but I think is important just from a forward planning point of view for any designated assets that any particular critical infrastructure providers may have, to be able to forward plan in advance any of the associated obligations that would come with that designation, and therefore working very closely with the department in understanding what sort of obligations would be imposed such that they can be factored in well in advance for budgeting purposes, I think is really critical.
Okay, understood. Thank you. And finally, water services.
The water sector has a number of key concerns. We support some of the statements that have been made before, particularly around safeguards. And for us, it's in particular relation to the systems of national significance, in that the only check and balance, or there are no checks and balances other than a ministerial declaration, and there's no procedure for review by Parliament at all. So we recommend that there be some checks and balances around Parliament having a review of systems of national significance before and throughout the period of declaration. We'd also talk about step-in powers. In relation to that, there's allowance for exemption or immunity for undertaking an action which is a direction of the Secretary. However, there's no allowance for commercial compensation, so that if, say, as a water utility, you've got to undertake certain actions as a result of direction that cause commercial harm or loss to our customers as water businesses, there's no ability to recover those costs, and that seems to be an oversight. At the moment, we revert to the common law requirements. However, it would be remove ambiguity and be more effective if the legislation actually embodied a direct reference to how commercial losses and how they can be recovered. So that would be a benefit. We'd also talk to regulatory duplication. Water utilities are typically state or territory-owned entities. Some of them are also local council-owned entities. And so there's a potential, even though we've got the legislation specifically says the department will try to avoid duplication. There's shades of grey in terms of the interpretation. We haven't seen the final detail of the rules, and some of the detail we've seen could duplicate some of the material that's required by states, but not all of it. And so there will be additional requirements and a level of duplication despite the department's best efforts. And so we just caution in that respect. And if there's a way that we can reword to avoid that duplication, that would be much appreciated, and to embed that clearly in the legislation. And the final bit was around protected information and in terms of the way that's able to be disclosed. So it can be easily disclosed to other entities for the purposes of complying with the Act. However, that gets quite problematic if we're talking about other things that are not required to comply with the Act. So, for example, for a water utility, we often have communications with the community about dams, dam safety, dam failure. Now, that's called up by the risk management programs of each water utility and the associated documentation. There's a need to be able to communicate effectively with other stakeholders around that. Similar issues arise with commercial contractors and the like, and being able to disclose certain things in the risk management program that are not directly aligned to compliance with the Act, but are essential for doing business. And so we find that to be quite a significant strain on the sector, one that which we would like to be able to have opened up a little bit, because we do need to work with this information. It makes practical operation of a utility problematic. I'd also invite Luke Sortel, who's representing the sector as well, to he has another couple of points he wants to add.
Yeah, thanks, Greg, and thanks for the opportunity. I suppose I just want to maybe pick up on a few of the points raised by others and to probably reinforce those. We were certainly quite keen to see the finding of the committee last time around and looking to ask government to go away and take some time to really drive purpose-built co-design of rules. And I think what we're recognising across the conversation today is the difference in risk context and the difference in maturity across those sectors. So a general uplift, whilst supported, I think, by everyone on the call today, and certainly by all sectors, needs to be contextualised with the way in which risk is being managed already. And I appreciate this is a broader suite around risk management holistically and not just about cyber. And I think in doing that and actually contextualising, we can cover off on the ability to recognise the relevant state and local regulatory arrangements within each sector to support that and make sure government has a really clear picture, and even leading to things like being able to really clearly define what a SON is going to be within each sector. And so I think that the value of being able to do that and having that little bit more time to do that, I appreciate that is something that would be of a real value, I think, to everyone and all sectors involved in the legislation.
Okay. All right. Senator Fawcett indicated he has questions to me, so I'll give him the call now. But any other colleagues have questions, please let me know.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I think Mr. Louis from the BCA indicated in principle support for the concept of having an advert and preemptive software tool that provides the information that government may wish in terms of systems information. But could other members of the panel indicate if they think that's a preferable approach to Section 30 DJ? So rather than a installation by ASD, if and only if the Secretary believed that the entity was not technically capable of providing the information, that up front you have an obligation to demonstrate that you have a tool to be able to provide that information, such that you can do all your own stress testing and regression testing as required as you upgrade your systems.
Ports Australia.
I can't see all the hands here, so please speak up.
Yeah, Ports Australia would agree with that, Senator. I think that's a reasonable proposition.
Thank you.
Senator would also agree with that approach.
And Senator, the Water Services would also agree with that approach. It makes a lot of sense. We have significant concerns over software being installed without prior knowledge of the systems it's being installed on, which could lead to all sorts of undesired consequences. The ability to install software that was verified would be much preferable and would allow us to, as you say, put in place the right checks and balances internally to make sure the system works effectively, and then we're just demonstrating that we're able to pass the right information across to the department. That would be far more preferable. Thank you.
Sure. Mr. Hong?
Yeah, thanks, Senator. I'd just like to draw on previous experience engagement with the PJCIS with the TOLA Act. There's elements of a proposed installation of software that's akin to debates around that. So we'd be a bit cautious. And I think the common response during that time was having the appropriate safeguards, independent authorization, for example, when making these sorts of decisions that might, I guess, install things within systems. Consideration also needs to be given. I think someone was talking about context as well. Depending on the industry, the entity, where that might create conflict with other existing obligations they might have around security. So it's really, I guess, a general comment rather than specifically what others have proposed.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments on that before I move on to a different topic? If not, I can go to comments from the Australian Logistics Council in your submission, which said that amendments to the bill to make risk management plans flexible have led to some confusion. And the Water Services Association said that risk terminology is not consistent with international standards. There seems to be a tension here. On one hand, people are saying, look, if we already use a particular standard or approach, we should be able to have that accepted as meeting the principled outcomes. But by default, that's potentially going to have different terminology or approaches, even if it meets in principle the same risk managed outcome. So I'm just interested in comments from the panel. Do you want the legislation and Home Affairs to be more specific, which may then make it problematic to use other standards, or do you want the flexibility to use other standards in lieu of developing something specific for this legislation?
Senator, the advice that ALC has received from its members is that if there are clear international standards that need to be complied with, that is satisfactory, because as you would appreciate, businesses are quite well attuned to developing practices that comply with well-known international standards. The difficulty that has been particularly faced is the tension between the very broad requirements that all relevant material risks are either mitigated or reduced, contained in Section 30A(c) of the Act, i.e. the principal legislation, and the additional rules that have been published and form part of Appendix C to the explanatory memorandum that was exposed to industry, seen for the first time in rule form at the time of the package being introduced to the House of Representatives. Our members say that when you have regard to the very broad general requirements, leaving aside standards for the moment, which I have dealt with, but when you are dealing with other elements of the rules that ask in general manners, additional requirements to develop content of risk management plans, there is some confusion as to whether or not and how far extra a business has to go to comply with those rules compared to the obligations they have under the Act. That is because the rules are designed to expressly extend obligations, and because they have been drafted at a high level of generality, our members say that it's very, very difficult to understand, frankly, precisely what extra they want. So what we're inviting, our strong recommendation is to go back to what we thought that the department was during the course of 2021, I think it was, Ms. Smith, and have on a sector-by-sector basis discussion as to the contents of the rules, bearing in mind that, as I think AGL said, the specificity of the rules really does need to be worked on. And the point that AGL has made previously is the point that we're making here. So whilst we happily accept that there may very well be specific international standards that they would like to see complied with, over and above that, there needs to be very, very clear English published as to precisely what additional things that the government wishes to have contained in RMPs over and above the general obligations contained in the Principal Act.
My understanding, though, of the intent is rather than saying there are a range of international standards we want complied, my understanding is Home Affairs have indicated if you are complying with a given international standard because of the nature of your business or ownership, etc., that will suffice, as opposed to having developed something unique for the Australian. I think they're trying to avoid that kind of duplicative effort by recognising the validity if the standard delivers a risk management plan that meets the objectives. So they're not saying you have to meet international standards. They're saying if you already meet one, then that obviates the majority of the work. Is that not your understanding?
No, it is not our understanding. Our understanding is that Section 30AC is drafted in a very broad manner. It is drafted similar to contemporary workplace health and safety legislation. It encompasses a requirement to look at all material risks that has what is called in the legislation relevant impact, and relevant impact is defined for the purposes of the Act, although material risk is not. That's a very broad obligation.
I share your. Can I just jump in here to assist? I share Senator Fawcett's interpretation. I don't think the government's position is you have to comply with every international standard. The whole point of that was that we had feedback in a previous inquiry that there were other standards that were fit for purpose and very similar that companies were already complying with, that they should be allowed to comply with in order to acquit their obligations under the Act. And that's my understanding of the legislation.
Well, that's not our reading of it. Our reading of it. It is certainly true that there are some standards that are specified in the package, but there are very, very broad obligations contained in the principal legislation, as well as other provisions contained in the rules that we think should be revised for clarity. I imagine that there would be some time for those rules to be revised for clarity in the next few months. And our recommendation is that on a sectoral basis, the department engage with industries on a sectoral basis to determine that the rules are sufficiently clear. Because our members have looked, they are moving towards implementation, because obviously nobody is trying to frustrate the intention of the legislation because of the clear issues that are abroad. But unfortunately, our members say it is very, very unclear as to what is required, and there needs to be further refinement as to what is required.
We'll put that to the department this afternoon.
Indeed.
Chair, I hesitate to interrupt because I know Senator Fawcett has the call. I just wondered if before we leave that issue, if I can just gain some clarity from the witness. Is your principal concern that Section 5 in the sort of draft rules sets out a list of reasonably specific things that must be contemplated in establishing a risk management program, and that they are separate and different to the kinds of things that might ordinarily be being contemplated in the ordinary risk management processes of a business? Is that the argument that you're making now? Is it about page 5 of the exposure draft of the rule?
Yes, that's correct. And also a requirement for a discrete risk management plan that addresses those considerations. So that's where the duplication and the confusion is coming about. So there's a bit of a misalignment in the drafting between the rules and the Act.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chair. My last question is to Ports Australia. In your submission, as well as in your evidence today, you've raised this issue between port operators and port facility operators. Could you suggest how the legislation should address the gap that you see there? Do you believe that it should only be the facility operators?
No, sorry.
Or both, or jointly? How do you see that should be resolved?
I think it would fall obviously to the parliamentary drafters to make a distinction between a port operator and a port facility operator. that needs to be made. As indicated, we have a mixture of ports. Many businesses here, their businesses are very similar, but our privatised ports are landlord ports, but they're actually captured under this legislation as the port operator, the default responsible entity. Therefore, we believe it would be up to the drafts persons involved in this, the people who are doing it, to actually make that distinction between the port operator and the port terminal or facility operator, such as the stevedore.
Sure. So what I'm taking from that is that, to use your, I think, example, you said before that the port operator, like the landlord, so like Westfield, and the Woolies is the terminal operator. So you're saying the landlord has responsibilities to make sure that the site still gets electricity and all the rest of it, but Woolies has the responsibility for the staff who actually, all the other factors. So both have an element of the whole.
Both have an element. Both have an element, and a port security plan is obviously put in by the port entity, the port operator. But of course, the terminal operators, they have their own customers, their own systems, and they operate as a separate business in the same way that I gave that very simple reference to the shopping centre.
Sure. Okay. Thanks, Jude.
Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Fawcett. I think some other witnesses indicated they wanted to make a contribution on the previous topic. I saw a hand raised from AGL and from from Water Services Australia. Why don't we go to Water Services first and AGL? If you did have something to contribute, please do.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator, the water sector's concerns were a bit different from the Logistics Council. Ours were more around the common internationally agreed standard around formulating a risk management program or plan is ISO 31000. And what we have is conflicting terminology between that document and the current legislation, particularly with the terms material risk and material hazard. And the term material risk, as was highlighted, is not defined in the document. It creates confusion between entities. This is unhelpful in formulating the risk management program and also in the implementation under crisis, which is when these things are designed to be used. And so what the department's calling one thing, the entities are often calling something different because they're complying with the international standard. And that confusion could lead to unintended and potentially large consequences if it's allowed to continue. And so we believe that it's very important that terminology is made consistent now if we can. Thank you.
Thank you.
Perhaps to build on that just quickly.
Oh, sorry. Yes, please.
In relation to the point made by the Senator, that you're right. The department has sort of permitted in the way in which rules are looked at in the different streams, cybersecurity, people security, to adopt a range of standards that an organisation may already be implementing to go about meeting that. But coming back to the core is really around that ISO 31000 and getting that language right within the legislation, because that will really empower how we go about doing the whole program holistically.
And to be clear, do you think that's just a drafting question? Have you raised this with Home Affairs? What is the response you've had from them?
We've raised this a number of times in really looking at your ISO 31000. It formulates the basis for, I would suggest, the bulk of Australian water, of Australian organisations, and the way that risk management is approaching those definitions. One, the material risk definition not being clearly articulated within the legislation, but also then it being out of step with how the ISO 31000 is outlined. So we have raised that, and we really think it's an easy fix, or at least some clarity around how that's defined, because once again, it leaves it open-ended for organisations across all sectors to really be looking at how they're defining material risk.
And has any response been provided on that issue? Has any feedback been given by the department to you? I mean, we will pursue this with them later, but I'm interested as to why this hasn't been fixed, if it is straightforward, as you say.
We're not clear. We certainly have had some conversations with them in detail about this issue. It's been an ongoing issue for the water sector, but we're not clear. Greg, you might have another comment?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, if you look at our submission clearly details the changes that would be required to the current legislation, which paragraphs and the nature of the changes and the wording. So that's been clearly documented to this inquiry, as well as to Home Affairs. So the material's there, and as Lucas said, we haven't got a clear response yet.
Okay, so thank you. We'll take that up with them.
The terminology that's in the legislation at the moment does that reflect another, for example, Australia-New Zealand standard, or is that something that you believe has not been made up, but has been put in there by Home Affairs without reference to a commonly accepted standard?
Senator, as far as we can tell, the material's been added without reference to any standard. We can't find it in any Australian or international standard, so it's unique in terms of its terminology.
Okay, we'll have an interesting question session later. Thanks.
Thank you. And now come to AGL. I think you had a contribution you want to make on this topic.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think just to clarify AGL's position, we're certainly supportive of the move away from prescriptive standards to mitigate risks. I think that that's been a really important pivot by the department, and one that's reflective of a move towards having more sector agnostic obligations as well. So it is, I think, quite a critical change, and recognises that industry is best placed to both identify risk material to their assets and also mitigate those risks, taking into account all of the various factors that need to be taken into account in effectively running a commercial enterprise. So I think that that's quite an important distinction to make. Reiterating the point we made before, I think it's some of the accompanying language around things like effective governance, as Liz had mentioned before, having clarity on exactly what the department would expect to see with regards to that would be really useful, because that's a really core element that our board delegate would be having to sign off and attest against. And then maybe just to add a further comment in response to the references before to material risk, I think our interpretation of that is that material risk provides an opportunity for our business to reflect on things that are most critical and have reporting in place for them, recognising the department may not need to meddle around in lower level risks. So I don't view that as something that's contrary to the ISO standard. I think it's something that's complementary and fits within the realms of the ISO standard around risk management.
All right, thank you. Were there any other contributions on this topic? Yes, Mr. Hong.
Yeah, just a general comment, and I appreciate there's sectors who probably have been well engaged early in the process through the sector-specific workshops, and just trying to look from a wide sectoral perspective, there are probably arguably some sectors who aren't traditionally captured as critical infrastructure that have been caught up in these reforms. And you can imagine, without doing a proper gap analysis by each sector to understand their level of maturity, it's very difficult to comment whether one sector might be more comfortable with not having additional guidance and clarity for their particular sector. Some sectors, for example, understanding food and grocery might have more decentralized model. They have multiple supply chains and suppliers, whereas some others might be more centralized and have more transparency and control. So I think we probably need to also appreciate also, notwithstanding what others have commented, because I get the sector neutrality element, but also there's others who also need that additional guidance as well that might not have had that opportunity. Thanks.
Understood. And I'll just stick with you for a minute because I had a direct question for you, given your role in representing defence industry. Again, in this inquiry, as we had in the previous inquiry, we haven't had many, or I think perhaps any submissions from defence industry stakeholders. Should we interpret that to be that defence industry is relatively comfortable with the obligations that are imposed on them, they don't have any further concerns, or is there another reason why they might not have put submissions into the inquiry?
I think there's probably a few answers to that one. One is naturally, given the role of defence industry, working closely with defence on projects that have high elements of security, national security, you would expect that they would have a certain level of maturity. In addition to that, though, some of these companies aren't just defence companies, they operate across sectors. And so if they meet obligations, say, within the defence sector, but yet they're required to meet other obligations in other sectors, that might be another challenge. And I don't think it's just limited to defence companies. Within that ecosystem of defence, and the same thing with any other critical infrastructure sector, is their ecosystem made up of suppliers? How far do you go down that supply chain in terms of security? Those are the open questions. And if an entity is targeted on the critical infrastructure reforms to manage their security, how far do you go? And then beyond that, how do you support those other sector organisations that are inadvertently captured, even though they might be not legislatively just prescribed in legislation, but they're caught up in contracts, etc. So I guess that's the general comment. Whether or not they're engaged, I think it's really up to those individual companies. Some of them are part of the Defence Industry Security Program,
Yes.
some are not. But they still are expected to have a particular level of maturity.
Yes, and that, as you say, they would have some direct contractual obligations to do so, separate from this, and may not need to be imposed by this, or this may be superfluous for them. Thank you. Colleagues, committee members, any further questions for these witnesses? If not, that was a very helpful session. We're very grateful for your time and your evidence, and you've given us a number of items of inquiry to follow up with, which we will do this afternoon. And the committee will now break and we'll resume at 3 p.m. with the Department of Home Affairs and the Australian Signals Directorate. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The committee will now resume, and I welcome representatives from the Department of Home Affairs and the Australian Signals Directorate. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
My name is Hamish Hansford. I'm the Group Manager and Head of the Cyber and Infrastructure Security Centre in the Department of Home Affairs.
Michael Burke, Senior Assistant Secretary, Partnerships Policy and Capability from the Department of Home Affairs.
Sally Hill, Assistant Secretary of Legislation, Department of Home Affairs.
And Steve McGlynn, General Counsel, Australian Signals Directorate.
And for those watching from home, we are expecting extra witnesses from ASD to join us later on. Although the committee does not require to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. For this hearing, the committee has asked any opening statements be written and forwarded to the Secretariat prior to the hearing. These statements will be incorporated into the Hansard transcript if they are provided by the requested date. Otherwise, they'll be published as supplementary submissions for the relevant witnesses. This will allow for the fullest discussion to occur during the hearing today. Additionally, due to the very short time frame the committee is undertaking to complete this review in, please try to answer all questions or provide information to the best of your ability in evidence today, as written further answers will have to be provided within 24 hours if you undertake to provide any, and I've asked my colleagues on the committee to be cognisant of that as well. The committee will now proceed directly to questioning, and then I'll begin, and then I'll offer the call to my colleagues. I was going to begin for asking for an assessment of the current threat environment, but given that we're still waiting for, I think, the relevant ASD witnesses to testify to that, I'll come back to that question later, and I'd be grateful if I could be notified when they're available. Instead, what I think we should do is move directly to the Department of Home Affairs. Mr Hansford, I understand you received a series of questions from the Deputy Chair, Senator McAllister, today, and that you are in a position to provide answers to those. So perhaps we should start there, and then if Senator McAllister has any burning follow-up questions, I'll give her the opportunity to do that. And if not, then I'll proceed with my questions.
Well, thanks very much, Chair. And can I say through you to all of the witnesses that have appeared before your committee, both for this hearing and previously, and for some of the people we've been talking to since 2020, the thousands of people, can I just say on the public record, thank you for everyone's support, all of the stakeholders who we've engaged with, because we couldn't have produced the legislation that's currently before this committee without their involvement and their time and effort they put into preparing a whole range of input, particularly the costing in relation to the draft rules for the risk management program. So that's just by way of introduction. Chair, just to run through the 6 or 7 questions that we received very briefly. The first question relates to, having reviewed all of the submissions from stakeholders, does the department propose any further amendments to the legislation or associated regulatory instruments? And indeed, it's submissions to both of your inquiries, Chair, as well as submissions to the consultation paper in 2020, the draft legislation, the exposure draft legislation in 2020, the exposure draft legislation in December and January into early February of this year. The department has been working over the period of time, over 2 years and more dedicatedly between December, over the Christmas New Year period into February, to make a number of changes that we've tried to outline in our submission, 74 changes that the department has proposed to the government and the government accepted, which you see before you in the legislation currently before this committee. So our contention is that we have listened to not only a range of stakeholders, both through town halls, roundtables, ministerial roundtables, one-on-ones, bilateral meetings, written submissions, emails, a whole range of inputs. And the department's advice to the government was reflected in our advice on the bill that's currently before the committee. And then subsequently we reviewed the submissions that we have been tabled and provided our supplementary submission, which reflects the response from the department to the issues raised. But based on that, the department thinks that there is one amendment that we would propose to the explanatory material, and that relates to where the draft rule for the risk management program says TBA in the definitions. That should read, it relates to the critical component definition. It should read, means an asset, part of an asset or a system that the absence, damage or compromise would prevent the proper function of the asset or cause significant damage to the asset as assessed by the entity. So we would propose that is clarified in the explanatory material. I've also heard as recently as today that there is additional guidance required, both in our submissions, plural, but in our engagement with industry, including through the town halls. We've committed to continuously working on guidance. Indeed, I think that was reflected in the Secretary of the Department of Home Affairs advice to this committee on the stand-up of the Cyber and Infrastructure Security Centre, and indeed in the Minister's second reading speech response to recommendation 6 of this committee's previous inquiry, that is an absolute commitment of the department to continue to provide advice and guidance on a continual basis. Indeed, we have fact sheets ready to go should the Parliament endorse the legislation that's before this committee. As the Prime Minister has indicated, he would like to bring that on and through the Parliament in March. So that's question 1, Chair. Did you want me to pause after each?
Yeah.
Or?
I think Senator McAllister will jump in if she has any follow-up questions, so please just continue.
Okay, thank you. In relation to question 2, which said numerous stakeholders recommend that the obligation to consult when declaring a system of national significance be amended to require such consultation to occur prior to any such declaration. Please comment on the effect of such requirement. Well, in the legislation, section 52C of the bill requires the Minister to give notice to the responsible entity prior to declaring a system of national significance, and the Minister, should the legislation be passed, would be then bound to consider the views of the responsible entity in relation to the notice. So the Department's contention and the Government's proposition is that the consultation requirements are in the legislation. The question, indeed, I think you asked, Chair, of a number of submitters or people giving evidence today was, well, what benefit would prior consultation improve in terms of the process? And we from the department's perspective, from a factual perspective, we are already working with industry on a day-to-day basis. We have deep relationships, including through our trusted information sharing network that we're building out to include new sectors that are now in the legislation from December last year. So we have trusted relationships and are engaging, and then there is a formal process for 28 days consultation for the Minister to undertake and to then receive the submissions and consider those. We have, it also does reflect the consultation process that's in the other components of the legislation, including the risk management program. And the consultation is baked into the legislation, and the department considers that's the best way to both codify in law that consultation is required and must be undertaken, and the responses must be considered. I'd also point out that should a declaration of a system of national significance not be subject to consultation, and then the Minister makes the declaration, that an entity could ask for review of that as well, and that is also baked into the legislation. So I think that's in response to question 2, Chair.
Thank you.
Question 3. Numerous stakeholders recommend that disclosure of the existence of a declaration of a system of national significance to third parties be allowed, as far as is necessary to enable implementation of any obligations arising from the declaration. Please comment on the effect of enabling such a disclosure. So a lot of comments have been provided to this inquiry about protected information. We have thought long and hard about how to design a protected information regime that effectively does 2 things. First of all, puts the onus on us as government to protect the really sensitive information that people provide either through the register or through the enhanced cybersecurity obligations, the proposed enhanced cybersecurity obligations. It's very sensitive information that we wanted to have on ourselves, protected information provisions that then put in place how we can use that information. So that's the first point. The second point is that we want to protect the commercial information that's been provided in working with other individuals. And there is provisions in the protected information provisions to allow the sharing of the fact of a system of national significance, and that there are checks and balances in there to enable that to happen, as outlined in both the Security of Critical Infrastructure Act and in the reforms here. So our contention is that the Act and the Bill do enable information sharing, but with the caveat that it does put protected information in a class to receive greater protection, given it is sensitive information. And in practice, we do, for example, already receive information on the Critical Infrastructure Register. The Secretary is required to keep a register of critical infrastructure. We do keep that information segmented and particularly focused on making sure the integrity of that information is protected by the Department today, and the Department's contention is we will continue to do that through implementation should the full bill be passed before the committee today. I'm happy to answer any further questions on protected information. In relation to question 4...
Sorry, I do have a follow-up, Chair, if I may. Thanks for the answer so far. You will no doubt observe that what I'm trying to do is get you to respond to the various propositions that have been put to the committee by stakeholders. On that question about the disclosure of the fact of a system of national significance, it does come up quite a lot, particularly from the tech companies that have made submissions to this inquiry. They are concerned that the existing arrangements are not adequate or insufficiently flexible, perhaps, to allow them to make the necessary disclosures to the partners in their supply chain. Why do you think there's such a... Well, can you explain the gap between your assertion that it's proportional and functional and the view of your stakeholders that it's not going to be workable because it is overly restrictive? And I should say I appreciate the tension between protecting sensitive information and enabling the arrangement to work.
Yeah, that's a really fair question. And in response, it's almost like you're in a room and all of the information that's provided for the purpose of the bill or act, as it could be, is in the room, and you need a door to get the information out. So what we've designed through the protected information regime is a series of doors to enable entities who have information about themselves to tell the relevant stakeholders that the relevant pieces of information that they need to, such as consultants, their insurance company, their relevant stakeholders. And we think that Section 46, subsection 4, gives that ability within the existing Act. However, some people have told us that actually if there's information that's subject to a decision or direction of the government under the Act, that they'd prefer to have the authorisation of the department to do so. So we've also designed in the protected information area a number of provisions which allow the disclosure of information, which is why section 43E, and particularly relevant subsection 2 and 3, allow that authorisation process to enable the provision of information with approvals, either to fulfil the functions under the Act or alternatively to really look at how the authorisation process could occur through that particular provision. So anything you want to add, Michael?
No, I think that covers it and is a good analogy in that as we read it, we consider that the entities do have the ability to share particularly the information about themselves. It is about putting in place a framework, as Mr Hansford said, the major element of which is to provide assurance to these entities. So we're requiring them to provide to government some really quite sensitive operational information potentially. So providing them with the assurance that there's a framework around that information, but designing it in ways such that it doesn't inhibit them from carrying out their normal operations and the provisions of the Act, the provisions in the existing SOCI Act certainly would allow entities to share that information with, the subcontractors, the insurance, and even I think, a great example from the water sector around the information that they like to share with the community around how they manage dam levels. Now, we would expect that might form part of a risk management program in future should the legislation pass and the rules be made, which then may have it sit as protected information, but there'd still be a strong expectation, I think, from the community that information is available, and I think a strong expectation from the entities that they want to share that with the community. We see nothing in the Act that would prevent them from being able to do that. But as Hamish said, the provision in the Slackett Bill, which does then also provide the assurance for entities around some of the very sensitive stuff that, is this okay for us to share, allows for the Secretary of the Department of Home Affairs to essentially sign off on that sharing so that they have an assurance from government about the appropriateness of sharing that information.
Deputy Chair, it might be helpful just to pick up on the thread of evidence that we could provide a protected information document which outlines in a lot of guidance about examples about where you can share information, given there are a few provisions in the both Bill and Act that go to the protected information sharing regime to give greater clarity to stakeholders that we're trying to balance those two issues that we talked about. So we'd be happy to consider that.
Thank you. If you want to proceed to the further questions. Sorry, was that all Senator McAllister's questions, or are there further ones?
So fourth question.
There's quite a lot, Chair.
Sorry.
Why I wrote that down. Apologies.
So
that's okay. Yeah, please continue.
There are 7, so I'll go to 4. The Comms Alliance recommends that the requirement to comply with a risk management framework be subject to a reasonableness test. Please comment on the effect of establishing such a test. So in looking at particularly provision 30AA or section 30AA in the bill, we listened to the previous legislation that was before this committee and changed the wording in this particular provision. So that's a simplified bit. To really work out instead of, sorry, it's 30AH. People were telling us that the 30AH, as proposed in the last bill before this committee, was too difficult to implement, that we put reasonably possible to implement. We've changed the language to put in there so far as it is reasonably practicable to do so. So what the intention is behind the risk management program is for critical infrastructure entities to have a risk management program, to look at each hazard that might cause a material risk to the functioning of the asset. And then to take the next step, which is, as far as is reasonably practicable, minimise or eliminate the material risk. I think that goes to what the Comms Alliance is saying in terms of as far as is reasonably practicable. We've heard that feedback. We've included it in both the nature of the risk management program. If you then take the next step and say, that the government could determine what's reasonable or not. That's why the government's outlined in the bill that actually the obligation is to have a risk management program and for the reporting to then be into the various boards or governing bodies or corporate governance structure, so that reasonableness is based on what a company or what a critical infrastructure entity thinks is reasonable in their own context. So that means that the total arbiter or adjudicator of the risk management program is actually the entity, because the contention of the government is that critical infrastructure owners and operators are best placed to look at their risk and to mitigate their risks as far as is practicable with the regulatory guidance from the Security of Critical Infrastructure Act. So that's that would be our response to recommendation, or question 4 rather.
Yeah, I think they're asking a different question, which is, say you set up a risk management program that, as you say, establishes steps that would be reasonably practicable to mitigate risk. Then somebody comes along and says, is the organisation in compliance with its own plan or not? And I think what the Communications Alliance is setting at 8.2 in their submission is that the standard for compliance with that risk management program should itself be set at a reasonable standard, by which I assume they mean that small deviations would not see them be in breach.
Indeed, and we'd agree with that, which is why when you look at 30AC, 30AD, 30AE, 30AF, 30AG, they're the effective things that the government and my centre could ask of a critical infrastructure provider to make sure that they have them a risk management program, they're complying with it, they're reviewing it, they're updating it. There's no scope in there to say, here's what we think is reasonable. So we accept the point that is being made, but in response, the provisions that allow compliance activity, noting that is not our first preference, that education, awareness, guidance is always our first preference for particularly in the initial stages of implementation. There's only certain things that could be undertaken, and they don't go to an adjudication of reasonableness and the imposition of a civil penalty for that.
Thank you. If you could continue on with the questions.
Thank you. Number 5, numerous stakeholders have expressed concern about the interaction between systems access arrangements and the extraterritorial regulatory obligations, particularly in relation to privacy of data. They argue this risk is not mitigated by legislative exemption for data that would be considered personal within the meaning of the Privacy Act. The remedy proposed to address this concern is judicial oversight. Does the department acknowledge that such a conflict could arise? How does the department expect an entity would manage any such conflict? And please comment on the effect of establishing judicial authorisation for such access arrangements. So I think in answer, the first answer is the very small subset of critical infrastructure that the Minister could notify, then consult with, and then potentially declare a system of national significance. There are only 4 things that are expressly outlined in the legislation that can be asked. One of those is rightfully outlined here about systems information. And I heard the evidence this morning, particularly from the multinational and data companies. And the first thing that I have to say is that unlike other national security legislation, and indeed the government assistance measures that were passed by the Parliament last year, the enhanced cybersecurity obligations don't have ADJR carved out. So they have, if you like, to abbreviate, simplified judicial review. So judicial review is available for any enhanced cybersecurity obligation. So that's the first point. Second point is, subsequent to the bill that was introduced in 2020, the government's put in additional public interest criteria that go to reasonableness, proportionality, costs. And it still maintains that the systems information, you cannot ask for personal or private data as outlined, expressly prohibited in the legislation. So I think that's the first point, is that we can't ask statutorily for information that's subject to those particular definitions under the Privacy Act. Having said that, under 46(4)(c), an entity can permit their own disclosure of that information with the consent of themselves. So if you like, they self-authorise that. If there was a conflict of laws situation, we deal with conflict of law issues on a frequent basis in regulatory activities. We would look at it on a case-by-case basis. But the overall premise is the enhanced cybersecurity obligations, and in particular the systems information, is not designed to ask for things that companies are unable to provide. So that's question 5. Question 6.
Thank you.
Amazon Web Services recommends against the provisions which enables the grounds of declaring a SON to be withheld from the affected entity on the basis of national security, arguing that this is not reasonable, potentially captures all such declarations, since all will presumably be associated with national security, and potentially impedes effective response to any threat. So if you look at the declaration process, the national security is one element, but it's designed, systems of national significance are purely designed to prevent against the cyber risk, where the realisation of a cyber incident would have a disproportionate impact because of the interconnected nature of the system of national significance on the social or economic stability of Australia and its people as the first pillar, the defence of Australia, or national security. So it's one of 3 pillars, and that the premise there is that a cyber incident would have a disproportionate impact comparative to other critical infrastructure providers, and that the Minister must consider one or more interdependencies in the declaration of a system of national significance. We then drill down to the consultation. The Minister must, as I outlined before, consult before making a declaration under section 52B, and must give the entity reasonable opportunity to respond. One element of the overall declaration could relate to information that revealing the information could be prejudicial to security, but it is one element of a declaration, and the government has outlined in this bill that the notice must set out the reasons for making the declaration unless the Minister is satisfied that doing so would be prejudicial to security. The contention there is that is common in other legislation to not reveal particularly sensitive national security information, but my contention there is that it's not the basis of all of the declaration. There are other elements in the declaration, one element of which is meant to protect classified or sensitive information where that would be prejudicial to security. Question 7. Amazon Web Services makes a series of recommendations on page 3 of their submission, including immunities and indemnities for entities complying with an enhanced cyber security obligation and arrangements for cost recovery. Please comment on these recommendations. So we've read the submission from Amazon, and the first point that I'd like to respond with is that the immunity provisions have been specifically drafted to provide entities with effective immunity where they comply with a specific action under the Act. Some of the submissions said that this should include things that are preemptively undertaken prior to the issuance of an action under the Act, or a direction under the Act, or an obligation under the Act. And the response there is, well, if it's not a direction or a requirement of the Act, it is preparatory activity that's being undertaken on an entity's own bat. The immunity provisions therefore kick in when the Act requires something to be undertaken. We heard a lot of comment in the last hearing process about expanding the immunity provisions. These provisions were substantially expanded and were put in the exposure draft of the legislation released on the 15th of December through to the 1st of February. On balance, a lot of the submitters who put concerns about the extension of the immunity provisions in the initial bill were satisfied, to abbreviate, that we had extended them to be consistent with other pieces of legislation. I think at the last hearing, the Banking Act was one of those particular elements that one submitter mentioned. So they were substantially extended, and the idea that immunity provisions don't apply to the enhanced cyber security obligations, we would contend that is an incorrect statement.
Thank you. That was noted and appreciated, particularly following the committee's recommendations in the last inquiry. And then I think you had a final question there.
I had 7. That was all I had, Chair.
Okay. Excellent. In that case, Senator McAllister, unless you have any follow-ups, I'll go take the call again.
Yeah, I think that's fine, Chair. I may have some questions later about other issues. Thank you.
Understood. Thank you. And can I welcome Ms Abigail Bradshaw from the ACSC. Thank you very much for joining us. As it happens, I wanted to ask you a question here. I'd really be grateful if you could provide to the kind of interested parties through the committee your updated assessment of the threat environment that we are dealing with compared to when we last heard from you on this issue and your colleagues at ASD in relation to the previous inquiry.
Many thanks, Chair, and sincere apologies to you and the committee. I was unexpectedly caught in another engagement, so many apologies.
No, that's quite all right. We understand that demands on your time at the moment.
So, but just by way of summary, there has been no reprieve from the level of malicious cyber activity impacting Australian networks, both in terms of criminal cyber activity or state-based activity. In fact, the invasion of Ukraine by Russia has really marked an unprecedented level of malicious cyber activity on a global level. For example, malicious cyber activity against Ukraine networks, including critical infrastructure, has been quite prolific. In the lead up to the invasion, cyber attacks targeted Ukraine's finance sector and banks. And on the 20th of February, Australia and our US and UK partners publicly attributed those cyber attacks to Russia's main intelligence directorate, the GRU. Since that time and following its invasion, cyber actors have deployed data wiping software, which is capable of spreading malware, and they have hijacked Ukrainian government websites to spread disinformation and knocked critical networks offline. Attacks have taken down telecommunications across Ukraine and parts of Europe, and NATO agencies assisting refugees have also been targeted, allegedly by a Belarusian cyber actor loyal to Russia. Since then, we have also seen cyber attacks impacting NATO and Five Eyes nations. A yet unattributed attack against US company Viasat that resulted in internet outages for customers in Ukraine and parts of Europe. 2 ransomware attacks against Toyota. The first resulted in Toyota halting its domestic production, which occurred shortly after Japan imposed sanctions against Russia. Those ransomware attacks and their attribution are still subject to investigation. And a ransomware attack against Rio Tinto's PLC aluminium producer, one of the largest aluminium producers in Canada, and overnight Conti, a ransomware affiliate that has declared its allegiance to Russia publicly, has claimed responsibility for that attack. Russia itself has also been impacted by cyber attacks. Ukraine's so-called IT army consists of both state-based cyber actors and volunteer hackers from around the globe. It has claimed to have launched cyber attacks against Russian and Belarusian websites. This IT army has said that it lists targets that include the Belarusian railway network and Russia's alternative to GPS. And Russia has publicly claimed that some of its federal agencies' websites, including the Energy Ministry, were compromised by unknown attackers in a supply chain attack. So we are increasingly concerned at both activity by state-based actors, but also the ever-growing number of so-called self-directed cyber vigilantes. So on any day, we see the numbers grow in a number of groups on the side of Russia, for example. I think yesterday was just below 20, and those declaring themselves in support of Russia, somewhere around 40 separate civilian hacking groups. Those generate risks not only to Russian and Ukraine networks, but globally in the case of misdirected, misattributed or collateral damage, including the possibility of wrongful attribution and therefore retribution by way of further cyber attacks. Included in those entities that have declared their support to Russia are two ransomware affiliates which we've seen in Australia, the Conti ransomware affiliate, the Lockbit 2.0 affiliate. Conti, we're aware of being responsible for at least 13 attacks in Australia last year, including attacks on critical infrastructure in Australia. And so that, of course, the pledge of allegiance to Russia remains a concern for us in terms of elevated levels of risk in Australia. As a consequence of that, we have directed the support of the ACSC and ASC to critical infrastructure sectors, including classified briefings to those critical infrastructure we regard most at risk. We are in day-to-day contact with, or hour-by-hour contact with our Five Eye counterparts, sharing indicators of compromise. The 4 variations of highly destructive malware which we've observed to date, we have distributed indicators of compromise to all critical infrastructure providers here in Australia in order that they are able to prepare themselves. And to date, however, we have not observed any of that activity in Australia, nor are we aware of a specific threat. But of course, the deterioration in the global threat environment means that the objectives of this bill, we think, are underscored in the context of this current threat environment.
Thank you, Ms. Bradshaw. I'm grateful for that. A follow-up question. Earlier in evidence today, one of the witnesses suggested that some of these attacks are so sophisticated, there's nothing that they could ever possibly hope to do to stop them. And I put to them what I understand to be your view, that in fact, it is often the case when there's a successful attack that relatively low-tech, low-sophistication methods are used. And the objective of this bill is to deal with, as best we can, those attacks which can be mitigated by kind of some fairly basic cybersecurity, cyber health measures, so that your resources can be better concentrated on higher risk activities that can't be mitigated by those methods. Is that a fair summary of your view, and is there anything you want to reflect further on that?
Yes, Chair, it is. 2 points. One is that the ACSC and UK and US cybersecurity counterparts in the last month released a joint assessment and advisory in relation to the threat of ransomware globally, but in particular on our 3 jurisdictions. It reveals in the first paragraph, our joint analysis is the 3 main causes of ransomware attacks are the theft of remote desk protocols. This is whereby brute force, guessing usernames, credentials are stolen. That can be avoided by applying multi-factor authentication, a very basic cybersecurity technique. phishing emails, the second most common cause. That, of course, the impacts of phishing emails where someone inadvertently clicks on links can also be mitigated by applying within the Essential 8, for example, disabling Microsoft macros. So there you have another very basic compromise technique which can be mitigated by the Essential 8. And lastly, by the third most common vector is by access to unpatched systems. And of course, 2 of the Essential 8 protocols relate to patching of systems within operating systems within 48 hours and patching of applications within 48 hours. That is not just our experience within the ACSC, but it is a shared experience of our US and UK counterparts, Chair.
And are you able to put a proportion or an estimate on the number of attacks that could be prevented by these basic measures that would then really stem the flow and allow you to concentrate on those higher risk vectors?
I would say, and I can see my colleague Ms Hunter there at the table, my gut reaction to that, without doing any formal analysis, would be in the vicinity of 85 to 90%.
Wow. Anything to add to that, Ms Hunter?
No, Ms Hunter, First Assistant Director General, Cybersecurity Services. Ms Bradshaw is accurate. The ACSC has produced the strategies to mitigate cyber intrusions, and of all those strategies of which the Essential 8 are a core function, we have identified through our analysis that it is around 85% that may be mitigated through the appropriate use of those baseline strategies. Thank you.
Okay, great, thank you. Moving on, thank you for that. That's very helpful evidence. Mr Hansford, I'm sure you were watching the evidence earlier today and the divergent views among witnesses about the adequacy of consultation from the department. The health sector in particular was very strong in their criticism of consultation. They said that they were blindsided by their inclusion by the bill and almost went as far as saying they essentially weren't consulted. I should note before you respond to that other sectors have had different experiences. The higher education sector, for example, was highly complimentary, and some of our other witnesses that appeared today said they were satisfied with the consultation and they were grateful for it. But the health sector's evidence really stood out and was surprising to the committee. So I'd be grateful if you could respond to that, whether that's an accurate reflection on the consultation or whether there's anything else you could share to give light on that.
Certainly, and I think the first thing to say is we have transparently outlined the consultation process in our first submission on pages 4 through 7, including the 2 dedicated health care or hospital-related sessions that were held to discuss the risk management program rules. So that's on the public record and also reflects the evidence of a range of witnesses before this committee. The next thing to say is that we have been engaging with all 11 sectors, including the healthcare sector, from August 2020 and indeed before in the context of the cyber security strategy. We do this in a number of different ways. So the first way is we work with states and territories all the time. We formally meet with them every second week, have done throughout the consultation process, including putting a requirement on states and territories to engage with their health counterparts. So generally we meet with First Ministers, but also we do meet with the Trusted Information Sharing Network and Critical Infrastructure Advisory Committee representatives very frequently, which cover all of the sectors, but particularly First Ministers. We have formally requested that First Ministers work with their affected state-owned entities and the sectors that reside within their particular jurisdictions, and we have documented evidence that state and territories have been doing that, including engaging with the private healthcare sector. So that's the second point. We have engaged, and I can take you through the timeline of engagement, which goes back to August 2020, where we formally wrote to the peak bodies, including the Australian Private Hospitals Association, the Australian Medical Association, the Australian Commission on Safety and Quality in Healthcare, the Australian Association of Practice Management, formally in August 2020, to launch the reforms. We've consistently been meeting with the Department of Health. We then held some kick-off town hall discussions in August of 2020, where the private hospitals were there, including some of the individuals represented on the hearings today, not the individuals, the companies, as well as state and territory health departments. So, for example, on 20 August 2020 and 27 August 2020, there were a number of private healthcare providers, as well as health departments from a number of jurisdictions, including Tasmania, WA, Victoria, New South Wales. We then went through a process of doing surveys and engaging more generally, and private healthcare providers did ask for copies of the surveys that we did in 2020. We then consulted on the exposure draft in 2020, including having town hall sessions and bilateral meetings, which included the healthcare sector, including private hospitals and providers. And we received their feedback back in 2020. We also then did a number of town hall meetings in March of 2021 on the governance rules, which effectively set out the process by which risk management programs could be administered, and that included representatives from the healthcare sector. It included then more specifically private hospital representatives, including some of the submitters to this inquiry previously and some of the witnesses. It included peak bodies, including Medicines Australia. It included states and territories and the health representatives there. We then move into the risk management program rules engagement. Subsequent to the committee's report, we held an all-sector town hall meeting to brief on the process and to reflect on the committee's recommendations, particularly as they related to consultation, and did set off a program of work, a 6-week body of work that did both sector-specific engagement, including 2 sector engagements with the healthcare sector, particularly focusing on critical hospitals, which were held on the 12th of November with 184 attendees, and the 24th of November holding 82 attendees. At the one that I held on the 12th of November, we went through a draft of what the risk management program rules could entail. We then had a survey that was put on at the end of the session to make sure that we were capturing the feedback. We then gave additional information about where people could go to assist, to provide additional information to assist them. And so we were being very transparent about proposals, engagement. I held both of those sessions an open question and answer session and invited comments both through the chat function and through people putting up their hands, given we were in the COVID restriction environment. So we did do it virtually, but we did hold those workshops. And that takes us through then to costing. After the 24th of November 2021, we worked with KPMG to develop a regulatory impact statement. We received 82 different costings. We received 22 different submissions from the health sector during this time, which represented, those submissions represented 68% of the ICU bed capacity of critical hospitals in Australia, including private hospitals. We engaged with at least 83 stakeholders and asked them to proactively provide responses to the costing of the risk management program through the regulatory impact statement. This included private hospitals, and again, people or companies that were private hospitals that were represented today were on those consulted stakeholders. The Minister for Home Affairs then held a roundtable of health entities, which included the Australian Private Hospitals Association on the 11th of January, along with a number of other senior representatives from the healthcare sector. As recently as the 9th of March, as I think the witnesses in the inquiry today said, that we had an hour-and-a-half session with a select group of private hospitals to really explain the implementation process for the implementation of the bill should it become an Act of Parliament, particularly with reference to the risk management program and particularly with reference to the approach that we would take in terms of engagement and awareness raising as opposed to compliance activity. Really, we want to change the culture of risk management to make sure that critical infrastructure in Australia is at least looking at a baseline of risk management, and that's what the rules intend to try and facilitate. And then on the 10th of March, the day after, I provided an over 1,600-word email quite late that evening to reflect the discussion that we had on the 9th of March and to provide more comfort and guidance to those entities that we spoke to. So hopefully, Chair, that does give you a documented or an articulated response to how we've engaged hospitals and the healthcare sector over the last period.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Hansford. I'm grateful for that. So just to be really clear, the three witnesses we had before the inquiry today, Catholic Healthcare Australia, Uniting Care Queensland and Ramsay Health Care, were they included in those consultations and meetings and town halls that you said? Because I was certainly left with the impression from their evidence that they had not been, that somehow been left off the list.
So they were all definitely invited to town halls. We've been very engaged and tried to cast the net very widely, and I can give you evidence that I have before me that we have contacted and made contact, and representatives have attended town hall meetings over the last period, including those two specific hospital ones, including those from those companies that were represented here today.
Okay, thank you. Let's put that to one side and move on to the kind of substantive issues that they raised. I mean, to boil it down, it seemed to me that their primary concern was the cost of compliance. What is the department's response to their evidence that effectively it is too expensive for them to comply, and that and complying would require them to put their services, including ICU beds, at risk?
Well, I might ask ACS here to give the statistics on the cyber incidents that impact the health sector, and I think Ms Bradshaw had covered some of those issues. But there's some perspective that we received both in the annualised ACSC reports is that it's too expensive not to put in place the basic security protections, particularly with reference to cyber and information security. So that would be the starting response. The second response I'd give is that the risk management program has been designed to be as flexible as possible. We certainly heard from submitters and people who attended hearings that they would prefer a principles-based response, and that's precisely what the risk management program sets out to accomplish from our contention, including the draft rules. They really are appropriate to the individual, or in this case, hospital with a general ICU. So that's the second point. The third point is around implementation. So when we talk to critical infrastructure providers, we talk very much about risk management, and we hear consistently, oh, we're already doing that because we've got contractual obligations with our ICU, with our ICT. So in some way, our contention is this is not starting from a zero base, that if you procure ICT and you have people who work in hospitals in this case, who have access arrangements to different areas of the hospital, and you have in place employment provisions which may include onboarding of staff, that you look at physical security. What the requirement is here is to have a documented risk management program and to have regard to the rules that are put in place to guide the implementation of the risk management program, and that the implementation is internal to, in this case, a hospital, and it is meant to be reflective of existing practice and to give a helpful analysis and guidance as to where the risks can be mitigated. And then it's up to the entity. And just on cost, in relation to cost, we did do, as part of the regulatory impact statement, which is still in draft given the instrument is only in draft and can only ever be made formally should the bill pass the Parliament into an Act. We did ask hospitals and submitters from across critical infrastructure to give us an estimate of how much it may well cost them to implement a risk management program and do the remediation. So the risks, the costs that are in our submission at a high level give you a sense of what all of the critical infrastructure providers are telling us, noting that the average one-off cost is really reflective of extremely large companies and extremely small ones as well, or smaller. And so that's an average. It doesn't mean that every single hospital who has a one-bed ICU, which I don't think would be captured under the definition in any case, but hypothetically, let's say it is, that $8.5 million would need to be the one-off cost. It is an average cost, and it includes some extremely big hospitals. So it is really meant to be appropriate to the risk circumstance, and it is not prescriptive. And as I said to Senator McAllister, that the provisions that we've put in the legislation really go to how do we work with an entity to make sure they have a risk management program, they're updating that, they're reviewing it, and internally they're working with their own board and governance authority to manage risk and give us the confidence that that's happening. Not a punitive approach to say we don't think you've managed this particular personnel security issue or this particular physical security issue. So we tried to give confidence to, at least as late as 10 March, information back to a small number of hospitals about our intended approach about operationalising the bill should it become an Act of Parliament, and to really focus on education awareness and to try and build a culture of risk management. And we stand committed to do everything we can to support and help rather than be punitive in doing so.
Thank you. To turn to one of the specific examples that one of the hospital witnesses put to us today, they said that all 24,000 of their individual employees would require some kind of security clearance process. Is there anything in the bill that requires that?
No. So the bill, the draft instrument, which is contained in the explanatory memorandum, asks a critical infrastructure provider to say, here's our critical workers. And really, the critical workers are defined at those who can impact the functioning of the critical infrastructure asset in some way. And that's really what the critical worker definition goes to. And then on an ongoing basis, to assess the suitability of a critical worker to have access to that critical component of the asset, and then to minimise or eliminate material risks that a negligent employee or malicious insider may cause to the functioning of the asset, and then manage the offboarding process because we see some particular risks there. So that's the obligation, is to identify those people in your enterprise who can have a disproportionate impact to its functioning. So a person might be, for example, someone who operates a control room who could impact the entire functioning of an asset, or someone who has super user access for the ICT in a particular asset. It does not mean, and it is expressly outlined, we hope, in the explanatory material, that it does not apply to everyone. It is really about focusing on what is the highest risk in terms of people who can impact the functioning of an asset. And then, as an option, the government's put there that a background check undertaken by AusCheck, which is a simple background check of a criminal history check, a identity check, an immigration status check, and a check of whether or not an individual is prejudicial to security through the formal adverse security and qualified security assessment process that ASIO run. I might also note that the AusCheck regime has merits review. Indeed, it has the right of reply from an individual prior to merits review, and has merits review baked into the criminal history check there. And the last thing I'd say is that employers already at law may well require a criminal history check, and that exists today. This just qualifies, these are the types of issues that we think about in terms of personnel management, and one option available to critical infrastructure assets is to use an AusCheck Act check, and we've the government's put in the bill that's before this committee all of the provisions which relate to the AusCheck check and what precisely can be undertaken, and that's a change again that has happened between the last bill and this bill. It's now exclusively outlined in the header legislation, and then the ability to implement it through a rule.
Thank you. I have one further kind of substantive issue and then a couple of small issues. What I might do is just deal with the substantive issue and then offer the call to my colleagues, and I'll come back to some minor issues later. You have partly addressed this in response to Senator McAllister's question, but I just want to make sure that the witnesses' concerns that were raised is put to you clearly so that you can respond to it. It really is around the SONS declaration and putting some more kind of control or limitations around that. It seems to me that there is some anxiety on part of companies that will never be declared a SON, but they may be declared a SON because they are not genuinely systemically important, although they're still critical infrastructure. What reassurance can you provide to people who really are not in the sights of the Secretary or the government in declaring them a SON and putting obligations on them that this will be very targeted, this will be very narrow, and it really is a handful of entities that we're talking about?
Yeah, so I think the answer to that question is in the legislation at 52B. So about, we think, 1,500 critical infrastructure assets. Within that, a very small number can, when you go to 52B2, can have a significant impact on Australia in many different ways. I went through the criteria before. If there was a cyber incident, and so the systems of national significance is purely about cyber issues, and so the criteria there is set at quite a high level in terms of the consequences on our society as we know it, our security or defence. And then the interdependencies, and I heard some of the evidence from one particular sector about we can't conceive of a system of national significance within our particular sector. And that may well be because that particular class of critical infrastructure assets is not as interdependent as others. And there are when you look at supply chains, as we've asked critical infrastructure to do in the risk management program, there increasingly becomes interdependencies that we are modelling through our critical infrastructure protection modelling capability in the department and working with the national security community about what are those critical vulnerabilities that, if attacked and had a successful cyber incident, would then cause a significant impact to Australian society. And so the criteria sets out that it is a small number. It is about the consequences that would arise if a cyber attack was eventuated, and it relates to interdependencies. So that should give confidence that it is a subset and a small number focused on one particular hazard. And then, as I think I outlined before, there are only 4 things that can occur. And when you think about it, we talk to our international counterparts all the time, and for example, the United States TSA, Transport Security Authority, almost has the same requirements on their regulated entities, which are pipelines of particular relevance, I guess, given Colonial Pipeline, but pipelines, freight, and aviation, for example. And do you have an incident response plan? Do you have are we able to ask for a vulnerability assessment that could be undertaken by you, or you could get someone to do it? And then can you exercise the response plan? And there may be events or periodic information that would assist the national threat picture being provided to ACSC or ASD. And so they're the 4 things which are exclusively outlined in the legislation. So when you marry up what a SON is, the small number of SONs given the criteria at 52B2, and then the consultation requirement, and then the obligations that flow, that should give confidence that it is a very specific small number of entities, and that there are only specific exclusive things that are outlined in the bill that can then occur. And the last point, perhaps, is that we have heard from a number of submitters that people would like additional guidance. As I think I mentioned under question 1, we have guidance ready to go for day 1 of after royal assent, should that occur, ready to give people factual information. We stand ready to work with anyone who wants to explore what a system of national significance is, the process for declaring them and consulting, and the approach that would be undertaken. We take on board that additional guidance is required, and we're very happy to provide those. That's our day job, and we're very committed to doing that.
Thank you. I think that will be of some comfort to witnesses, and I do understand why that is not something that can be released until the legislation is finalised. So I appreciate you're in a difficult position in not yet being able to release it, but I hope they're comforted by your intention to do so. Just finally on this, perhaps to provide some additional comfort, that perhaps some future relevant minister is particularly trigger happy and wants to declare half the economy as a SON. In relation to the previous bill, the government accepted a recommendation from this committee that if the step-in powers were ever used, that the PJCIS should be notified and be able to be briefed if that was the case. Is there any reason you can foresee why a declaration of a SON couldn't also be notified to the committee and a briefing be sought?
So in response, there are a number of avenues for an entity who would not want to be a SON and has good justification for not being one. The first one being consultation, that's in the legislation. The second one under 52E, asking for a review of the declaration and mandating that the Secretary of the Department does that and provides that to the Minister. And then the third option would be a judicial option, and as I said, the ADGR has not been carved out for this particular provision, unlike other national security legislation. So the contention from the government there is that that's an appropriate oversight mechanism, and it has an ability both for judicial redress but also for internal review that must be provided to the minister and the elected minister. And the government's contention there is it's an appropriate use of executive power.
Just to go to my direct question, I'm happy to hear it if there is a good reason why we shouldn't recommend this, but why could the PJCIS not be notified in the event of a declaration of a SON?
I think that the declaration process that's been designed effectively would set up an administrative regime if you provided reports to the PJCIS. You have a power in here to ask for briefing at any stage on the provisions that were passed last year. That as a matter of course, there's an annual report about the number of systems of national significance that are declared in a transparent way for annual reporting, which is tabled in the Parliament. So in terms of both direct consultation, ability to seek review of the decision, ability to seek legal redress, and then transparency before the Parliament by way of annual report and a number, that is a range of different mechanisms in place that would give confidence to the PJC, hopefully, that the number of SONs would be known, the ability to ask for information is there, and equally that the consultation requirements, but also the ability to then respond and review is there as well, and of course legal redress. So I think the government's contention there is that there are a number of checks and balances, including parliamentary oversight of the report.
Okay, all right.
Can I follow up on that?
Yeah, you're indicating Senator Turner, sure.
I apologise, Chair. I just want to follow up on that. I appreciate that answer, Mr. Ennisford, excuse me. I appreciate that answer. I suppose the question is there any harm that would be done by having a reporting requirement to the PJCIS?
Well, the entities who are systems of national significance, we'd have to consult with them about provision of their information to the committee, and I think it's obviously technically possible if that was what the committee came to a view. But
So can I ask a clarifying question? That if we requested information, would you still not have to consult? You'd need to consult with the entities then as well?
I think good practice would be provision of the fact of a system of national significance, and then if you have a fact of the system of national significance, we then have to report on the enhanced cybersecurity obligations. So the fact of a SON is already reported to the Parliament. You've asked, could you provide that to the PJC? Technically, yes. And then the enhanced cybersecurity obligations, would you take the next step and say that you'd want to have a view about how they're applied, the frequency of what they're applied, which I think is also in the annual report. So I think technically yes is the answer.
So, sorry if I may, just to clarify, so I understood the premise of the chair's question was around, some future rogue minister making an extensive number of declarations. Within the bill, it already includes the number of SONS declarations be reported to Parliament on an annual basis. So I'm just trying to clarify, are you asking for something more than or other than the number you want each specific SONS? Right.
That's what I understood there. Chair, did you want to elaborate on your own question?
Sure, thank you. I mean, all of the evidence so far has been this will be very sparingly used and very targeted at a small number of entities. Basically, we're being asked to take it on trust that will be the case, and it does remain at the discretion of the minister. I take your point that the overall number will be reported to Parliament. I think that's an appropriate check, but I want to understand if there are any additional barriers to further reporting to the committee in an appropriately classified way on further details about that. And I mean, I haven't heard in evidence yet any strong objections to it, although I'm picking up a lack of enthusiasm for it.
I think we said it's technically possible and able to be undertaken, but with the caveat that that is, I think, once undeveloped, a quite sensitive list of systems of national significance, particularly if you went down to the individual vulnerabilities and the individual plans that then may well be provided about incident response. The amalgamation of that information is quite sensitive, but technically possible.
I appreciate that.
Yeah. If I may say, Chair, just to emphasise the point, I think the issue that this would be of concern to this committee is part of our job is to provide confidence to the public these powers are being used appropriately, sparingly. It's an important part in a democracy when we grant extraordinary powers to security agencies. And regrettably, this committee has had hearings over the past few years where we have seen incidences where we've been given assurance of how powers to be used that have turned out not to be the case. And so we're just trying to establish the extent to which we can perform our parliamentary function, assuring the Parliament and the public that more than once on an annual basis, that we have kept a watching brief on the commitments government has made to us, and in terms of how these powers are being used. So hence my question of, is there any harm or any technical barrier?
Well, there's no technical barrier for provision of information to the committee that we see.
Okay. I'll offer the call to Senator Fawcett, and then I know Senator McAllister and Mr Dreyfus have questions.
Chair. Question to Home Affairs. In your supplementary submission in paragraph 6.2, you've identified that proposed access to system information powers would be necessary to protect a very small subset of Australia's most critical infrastructure assets. And in section 30DJ, the bill talks about the fact that such systems information software can only be installed where the Secretary believes on reasonable grounds the entity is not technically capable of otherwise providing the information itself. Despite those two statements, this has been a consistent concern across a range of witnesses, and to some extent, I think for very valid reasons, in terms of the inability to test, integrate the whole issue of ongoing regression testing as they upgrade their systems. You would have heard my question to them during evidence of would they prefer, this very small subset, to have the proactive requirement placed upon them to agree a set of parameters that would be reported in advance of any incident, and then keep it updated and functional, such that if they're not already reporting it, they have the ability to report it, as opposed to Home ASD or others having to try and develop something in the heat of the moment to go onto a system that they haven't worked with before. Could that work? And if not, why not?
Senator Fawcett, you did drop out there for a little bit. If your question is sufficiently clear to the department, they're able to answer, I invite them to do so, but you may need to clarify.
Sure.
No, I think we understood the question there. And in response, I think, and I might ask ACSC to talk about what types of system information you might have some practical examples. But I think the first thing to say is that if a system of national significance received a request for periodic reporting or event-based reporting, it then enters into consultation about provision of that information, and the government's put in additional public interest criteria to try and limit that power. So it's really about ACSC building either a national picture or a particular picture about a particular event or vulnerability that is of concern to the functioning of that, as you say, Senator, that small number of systems of national significance. So I think the first thing is that the regime at 30 dB sets up that regime to really ask for the information. Why 30 dJ is there is to really focus on individual systems of national significance, although by their very nature and by their very interconnectedness and by their very declaration by the minister that have to meet that criteria about having such a significant impact, that gives you a sense about the likely sophistication and technical aptitude of those companies or critical infrastructure entities.
Sorry, Mr. Anson, you're going into a lot of detail here. Can we step right back to the fundamental principle? Rather than wait till an event and then make an assessment as to whether the company is capable of providing the system's information or whether you need to exercise the step-in powers to put your own software on, in principle, would it not be safer, more effective to actually work with the companies ahead of time to either establish their ability to provide that information at very short notice or to help them develop that ability, which they then manage on an ongoing basis? So you just literally have to ask for it in the event of an incident. It's two options. I'm just seeking to understand, is the latter option, which they seem far more comfortable with, possible, practicable, and if not, why not?
Just trying to, Senator, understand the question to give you a helpful answer. And I think the answer is that the periodic reporting and event-based reporting is based on, first of all, the periodic reporting is likely to be something that all of the systems of national significance already undertake. Event-based reporting depends on the event. So there might be a particular vulnerability that's emergent that requires us to be particularly prepared to understand the vulnerability and the impact that it's having through a request for systems information that you may not be able to plan ahead of time, and that this provision allows an ability to obtain that information. And then I think your premise that the installation of systems installation of software, it might be that there's something commercially available that could be provided to a company to assist them. It might not be, and that they could purchase that or put it into their system to allow the provision of that information. It doesn't necessarily. It just requires the entity to install it. Doesn't mean that the government goes in and puts it on. So what it's trying to do is say, here's the event, or here's the periodic report. If you can't do it, we can help you by giving you the second of the two systems, 30DJ, to say, and here's how you could achieve that outcome, is what it's trying to achieve. But I might just see if ACSC has any particular examples that might assist.
I think The start point, I think, is right, that our experience is that we will only, and our strong preference is that we will only install software in instances where a private entity does not have its own capacity to pass to us telemetry or technical artefacts. That's the start point. So back to your principle, if an entity had those tools themselves, then there would be no need for us to use our own tools. Our second insight from an operational perspective would be most mature or large entities that we engage with already employ the same commercial tools that we would utilise. And they have those because a mature entity would want its own means of detecting malicious activity in the same way as we would. We use a range of commercial tools, which are open source tools. And so we don't use one specific one, we have a range of them. And normally, if we're going to engage in using our software, we would actually ask the entity for their preference for the tool that is most compatible with their network setup.
Sure, that actually strengthens the argument that I think, we've startled the horses by putting out there a proposal that we would step in at very short notice and put some third-party software onto their system. But what I'm hearing is that you have a short list of commercial products. We know it's going to be a very small subset of SONs, and almost all of them are already compliant. Surely, if we worded this to say, if you're already compliant and use one of these commercial softwares that deliver this kind of outcome, that's a tick. If you aren't, we'd like to work with you to choose whichever one is most appropriate and make sure it's installed. And only if you refuse to work with us well in advance of an event to install such software, then we reserve the right. Because that would make it very clear to people that if they're already compliant, there would be no step in. If they're happy to work with you advertently, there would be no step in. And it would only be if they refuse the opportunity to take their time to include one of a choice of a number of commercial pieces of software that may be exercised. I think that would remove a lot of the angst amongst the stakeholders.
Senator, our contention is that's what the legislation does.
It's not how it reads, and it's certainly not how it's interpreted.
So maybe the interpretation, there are some additional words that we could put in the explanatory material which precisely goes to that particular point that you're raising.
I think that would be very helpful if you could perhaps come back to the committee with some suggested changes there. Chair, thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Fawcett. Mr Dreyfus or Senator McAllister, whoever would like to lead off for you. Senator McAllister.
I will, thanks, Chair. I am going to ask just some questions which largely arise from the panel discussion we had with the infrastructure businesses. And in doing so, I want to make a declaration I've made previously. Prior to entering the Parliament, I spent 4 years at AECOM. It's a global infrastructure firm. Some of the submitters were clients of the firm. I personally undertook work for WASA. I make this disclosure in the interests of transparency generally and the good, proper functioning of the committee. So I did want to ask you about some of their evidence, and these are to the department. The first follows from some of Senator Fawcett's questioning. There is real concern that the draft rules as issued use technical language about risk, which is inconsistent with the way that the language of risk is expressed in the most common risk management standards that are applied through the infrastructure sector. So particularly ISO 31000. And so, for example, I just, Googled it and reminded myself of the terminology in ISO 31000. It uses terminology in describing risk in this way: sources, events, causes and consequences. And as you know, the terminology is reasonably precise, and then it describes hazard as a source of risk. When you actually look at the exposure draft that you've set out, you use quite different language and you use similar kinds of terms, but they plainly mean quite different things. And the point being made by a number of the submitters in the infrastructure sector is that it's A, very confusing, and B, is going to require people, operators in that sector, to produce two documents. One, for the purposes of their ISO 31000 compliance, and another for the purposes of compliance with your program. And they also said that they can't understand where the risk terminology as set out in the definitions of material risk, for example, in the exposure draft comes from. The evidence to us this afternoon was that that terminology is not aligned with any risk framework that they are, established risk framework that they are aware of. I just would like you to respond to that, because this question around consistency between established industry processes and what you're asking industry to do in the bill is one that's been prominent throughout this discussion and indeed the last piece of legislation.
Sure. And in response, so we have spent a lot of time working with lots of critical infrastructure providers, some of whom are very technically proficient and work on very precise standards, which are very much baked into their existing risk approach. Others, however, are new to risk management and are trying to understand, what does this mean to the functioning of my enterprise? We started our co-design with some sectors which led us down a path of quite prescriptive nature of standards. The feedback we got from the overwhelming proportion of people is that actually we would like you to work at a principles level. We would like you to describe the risks that you're articulating subsequent to the overarching risk management program obligation requirement in the legislation, so that individual critical infrastructure assets, like some that are less mature, can intuitively understand precisely what we mean by material risk. And this is looking at a set of national critical infrastructure to try and describe, here are the things we really are worried about. Here are the things that could cause a significant or catastrophic impact to infrastructure. Here are the things that that our collective view in the co-design that we undertook is the things that are really consequential to the functioning of critical infrastructure. Obviously, underneath that are very detailed plans, some of which adhere to ISO standards, some of which adhere to international standards. And with the exception of the cyber and information security hazard, which does outline the specific standards and specific the documents in the rule, which then has a longer lead time to adhere to, then that's kind of the exception. But we've tried to keep it principles-based, is the first point. Second point is that if something aligns with ISO 31101, then it'll align with the outcomes here. It's just a greater level of prescription that is there. We're trying to be open with the language, outcomes-based, with the outcome trying to be a change in culture about risk and trying to make sure that we describe it at a principles level. How you implement it could be an ISO, could be a whole range of existing things that a company who's well advanced on all of the different hazards might say, no, we think this standard covers off on all of them, and actually, except for this one thing, which actually we think is a good thing to add. So it's meant to be the baseline standard. It is not the prescription that some people have submitted to this inquiry that would be needed. If we did that approach, it would be a very, very different set of rules, and it would be quite prescriptive in nature, given that's the inherent nature of standards.
I mean, look, you do appreciate the point being made, though, that because of the way that you have done so, and that you have in fact sort of invented a layperson's description of risk and put it into a regulation, a draft regulation, all of the people who are mature risk managers, who've got well-established protocols for managing risk and use a common terminology across their organisation and industry, find themselves in a very difficult position, because the way that you are, and I don't pretend to be such a person, but the way that you describe material risk, even I can see in the exposure draft, actually substitutes the word risk for what in formal risk terminology language would actually, the word you'd use there was likelihood. So you created a terminology that actually is actively inconsistent with the way that mature risk managers are using this language. And what they're saying to us is it's going to cause them to have to do the process twice. They're going to have to do it once to comply with your rules and again to comply with their existing governance requirements.
I think
that's what they're telling us.
Yeah, so we contend though that what we're trying to do here is really narrow what we're interested in terms of the protection of critical infrastructure from a preventative sense. And when you go through the material risks, that is a significantly high level of things in section 4 and then letters A to G, that gives light to what's in the legislation. And it's about material risks. People said we want to understand what we would like to collectively understand as material risk. And through the co-design process, these are the things that we collectively came up with. We did hear, as you rightly point out, that some very technical and very advanced companies said, but how do we translate that? And the answer is, well, if you go through the material risks, you can point to each of the standards and how they adhere to the stoppage or major slowdown of the asset's functions for an unmanageable period. There are standards in place that cover personnel, ICT, supply chain and physical. What we're trying to do here is say, here's the principle. We're not telling you how to do it. We're just saying, here's the principal risk to mitigate. How you mitigate it is up to you and your board. We just ask that you have a plan in place. And if a company came to us and said, we have an existing risk management program, it does all these things, we think it adheres to each of the particular the requirements in the rules, then that would be a judgment that a company could make.
Yeah, okay. I mean, the Australian Logistics Council says that the way you've used the terminology, that they say this, the draft rules are vague and use technical terms out of context.
Well, the draft rules are purposely principles-based, I would say, to that contention from the ALC.
We'll move on then. Can I ask a couple of just really quite specific things? The Ports Australia are concerned that the regime doesn't recognise variations from port to port, where the responsible entity might be either the port owner, the port operator, the port facility owner, or the port facility operator, depending on the commercial configuration of the port. And they say that by establishing the default operator in a singular way, you miss the opportunity to see who actually has effective control.
Yes, and I did note the evidence from Ports Australia and including our one-on-one discussion, which I particularly valued. The response, I think, is that this is a definition that has been in the Act since 2018, and it really tries to focus on critical ports and who has, if you like, ownership of the port and can control the effective management of the port. Within a port environment, we do accept that there are a number of operators, but what's critical, it's a bit like the hospital with a general ICU, is the port itself, and then within that there are a range of operators. So the obligations that then flow in this legislation is on the port operators. I'm not quite sure how we treat ports differently if they're identified in the legislation, the same obligations apply and the same rules apply to the class of port. So I'm not quite sure about that observation, but happy to explore that in further detail.
And maybe...
Sorry, the point was not that they are treated differently to other
sorry.
assets. It's that within that class of asset, there are a range of different configurations, and that needs to be acknowledged in the way that the legislation is drafted and implemented.
And within the existing SOCI Act, so 12L17, it does go to the definition of the responsible entity for a critical port being either the port operator within the MATOFSA, Maritime Transport Offshore Facilities Security Act of the port, or another entity prescribed by the rules. So the Act has the flexibility where it is a case as described by the witnesses earlier today, that can be dealt with through the existing provisions within the Act.
But I think the point the witness was making, though, Senator McAllister, if I can just highlight this, was that the Act at the moment, to use their analogy, talks about the Westfields of a shopping centre, whereas the supply of food is delivered by Woolworths, who employ the people who have the supply chain. So the effect that we are concerned about from a critical infrastructure perspective is dealt with by the facility operator or the terminal operator, not the port operator. And their evidence was the legislation should highlight that there may be a number of stakeholders at one given location who each have an element of responsibility to the ongoing outcomes or capabilities that that port is going to provide to the nation. And so you're right, the legislation can, and I guess their evidence is, should highlight that there may be multiple entities at one location.
Yeah, that's right. But again, I'd say that's within the existing SOCI Act. There may be reasons that we are interested in a range of operators operating from a port, and that certainly the Act provides for those entities to be prescribed in the rules.
Okay, look, just a couple of questions about protected information, and these were specifically raised by the Water Services Association of Australia. They ask about how you anticipate disclosure might be enabled where a facility is owned by a local government entity, and they recommend that local government authorities that have oversight of critical infrastructure are one of the categories of government entity that could receive a disclosure about protected information. Is there a view about that proposed amendment?
So I think our response would be, I covered section 46 previously, which we think allows a significant degree of sharing. I'm just looking at the definition within here. So I think both 46 gives the ability for to protect if people did share information with local government. It's not an offence for the purpose of section 46, and then section 43E2 and 3 I think gives an authorisation process. So I understand the problem. I think the solution is in the legislation there, but again, we've provided a lot of advice to industry about protected information, and I think I'll repeat my offer to provide much more detailed information with case studies about protected information and who it can be shared to and the likely circumstances, and we can definitely include local government in that because it is an important consideration for critical infrastructure on a localised level.
Okay. Where costs were incurred through obligations under the Act, would a entity that's subject to the price regulator be able to disclose those costs to the price regulator to explain why it's, for example, electricity transmission systems and water operators are subject to a price regulations.
Our contention is yes. And in one sector's case, we've provided that advice to them in writing. So,
okay. Look, and just some final questions about the passage of the legislation. Obviously, we considered the bill previously, and one of the reasons for referring it back to the department for further work was that submitters really made the case for careful consideration and consultation. What is the pressing need, and it's important that the committee hears this from the department, what is the pressing need to accelerate this bill and pass it in this parliament? Could we get that on the record, please?
Certainly, and I'm sure ACSC might have a view in relation to the cyber issue, but a couple of issues. The first one is that preventative risk management approaches was a complete package of the 2020 bill that included crisis response measures, which the Parliament has now legislated, and reporting obligations, and the preventative elements that will hopefully prevent the prevalence of crisis response arrangements that may well eventuate in the reporting of cyber incidents. So the need to uplift critical infrastructure, at least at a baseline, noting that some critical infrastructure are already above the risk management obligation, given some of the issues that Ms Bradshaw talked about in the global environment in relation to cyber issues and the increasing targeting of critical infrastructure providers, those providers that do not have at least a baseline of risk management, including looking at cyber protections, are increasingly at risk and increasingly vulnerable comparative to others, and could become a higher target without at least the baseline protections in place. So that's the first point about the risk management program and the need to take preventative actions. The government has very much taken on board the comments about regulatory overlap and duplication, and then the response from the government is to really target the obligations, particularly in relation to the risk management program, to a smaller subset of critical infrastructure assets out of the 22 sub-asset classes, which are outlined at paragraph 131 and 132 of the explanatory memorandum. A lot of commentators said that we haven't done, or they haven't seen a regulatory mapping of the existing regulations. We did that a long time ago, prior to the provision of advice to the government and the introduction of the 2020 bill. So we do have regulatory mapping, and we provided advice about the regulations that are already in place, which meet what in our view would be the baseline obligations, for example, the prudential regulations under APRA. But there are a number of asset classes that don't have in place baseline obligations to think about the risks, particularly cyber and information security, and the hazards that might impact the infrastructure that we rely on a day-to-day basis. And so the complete package was preventative reporting and crisis response, and the government and the Prime Minister, indeed I mentioned, said that it's the government's intention to pass to seek this legislation to pass the Parliament, obviously subject to the Parliament's views, because of the threat environment, because of the gaps in the regulatory landscape, and because of with only half of the legislation implemented, it puts potentially an undue burden on the government to respond to in a crisis or post-cyber incident reporting sense. So this really looks at prevention, which is certainly much better than an eventuated cyber attack. So that's in relation to the risk management program. And then in relation to systems of national significance, a smaller subset that is particularly could be particularly vulnerable to only a cyber attack, because that's all it focuses on, a small subset with specific obligations that we as the government can assure the Australian public that there is a mechanism in place to put in place the incident response plans, identify the vulnerabilities, exercise our response plans collectively as a community, and to receive systems information about the real life threat that Ms Bradshaw outlined, given the global threat environment. But Ms Bradshaw, did you want to add anything to that analysis?
Before you do, Ms Bradshaw, can I just ask this question of you more directly? Is there any threat you are aware of that could materialise if this bill were not passed before the Parliament rose?
Yes.
Certainly. Sorry, was that question to me or the department? I thought it was me.
It is to you, Ms Bradshaw.
Thank you. If I might, I start from in fact the baseline evidence which I gave on behalf of AST to this committee in its first public hearing, and that was at that stage in July last year. Our incident reporting indicated that over a quarter of cyber incidents reported to us related to critical infrastructure or essential services. That is 408 of 630 incidents in that financial year related to critical infrastructure. That from our assessment is a real threat to the continuity of critical services to Australians. We also gave evidence that we had responded to 160 ransomware reports over 2021, and that the critical infrastructure sectors that were targeted by ransomware over the reporting period were education and health. We gave an informed view that networks and organisations supporting Australian critical infrastructure and systems of national significance have been and will almost certainly continue to be targeted by malicious cyber actors for both espionage and criminal purposes, including to preposition for disruptive and destructive effects. We gave an informed view that we cannot say with certainty that some critical infrastructure providers are not currently compromised. Last financial year, by far the largest proportion of incidents reported to ASD originated from federal, state and local governments whom are obliged to report incidents. The volume of reporting received from other sectors, including critical infrastructure sectors, was much smaller, and our operational experience tells us that many affected entities may not have the capability to identify when they've been compromised, and where a compromise is identified, they may not voluntarily report that to the ASD. I place that threat assessment in the context of what is happening globally and is assessed in the view of many experts as a level of global cyber activity that is unprecedented. I have put to you at the beginning of my evidence today the number of critical infrastructure sectors which have been impacted in that context, and they are many, from banking through to government services, internet providers, telcos, a full range of critical infrastructure providers. I have given evidence that although that activity is associated with networks predominantly located in the European geographical location, our operational experience tells us that we are not immune, and neither is our critical infrastructure immune to collateral damage or direct targeting as a consequence of the number of actors involved. So there's no question the threat environment is more severe in our assessment than it was in July last year when we opened our evidence. And it is on that basis that we have privately and publicly engaged with critical infrastructure providers, asking them to lift their cyber resilience at this moment. My own assessment is this bill is of course required because we are now in a position where part one of the bill has been passed, and therefore from my perspective, mandatory reporting and government assistance measures have the potential to be enlivened, but there is no relative obligation on critical infrastructure providers to help themselves and lift their cybersecurity settings in a context where we know that the shifting of very basic settings would in fact reduce the risk of compromise quite significantly. So I could not put it more plainly than yes, if this bill is not passed and those cybersecurity standards are not met, that yes, the risk to critical infrastructure providers is increased.
Very much, Ms Bradshaw. I believe Mr Dreyfus has some further questions.
Perhaps I could start, and I'm very conscious of the time, with a follow-up question to what you've just said, Ms Bradshaw. We all accept that there's an increased level of threat. We all accept that to the extent that it's possible to talk about this publicly, you've done so, as have other witnesses, and almost everybody participating in this inquiry, all of the submitters, all of the committee members accept the threat. But we are not, it's not like we were, as a country, completely unprotected now. We've got a whole set of arrangements, some of them non-statutory arrangements that have existed for many years, a range of agencies that are engaged in this area. And I think what Senator McCullough's question was getting to was, given that quite a lot of submitters have come before the committee with written submissions and oral evidence today identifying problems that still need apparently to be worked through, what's the consequence? Because the consequence is not that we are completely unprotected, but what's the consequence of taking a bit longer to get this bill right? What are we missing out on as a country?
So can I answer that with just plain operational experience? And that is that we know that the potential for attack on critical infrastructure has increased and will continue to increase in time. That is my assessment based on what's happening globally. At the same time, I can give you 3 examples of 3 critical infrastructure providers whom in the last 12 months were subject to attacks because they did not comply with very basic cybersecurity requirements set out in the Essential 8, an energy operator who didn't meet application controls, another energy operator who didn't configure Microsoft Office macro settings, and another large critical infrastructure provider who didn't patch an operating system within 48 hours. And my position is simply that wouldn't you want to reduce the risk of one of those attacks, which are increasingly regular, by simply applying a requirement to meet a minimum standard in circumstances where the level of activity, the number of actors engaged is increasing, the risk of one of those compromises actually being highly successful and disruptive increases with each day.
Thanks, Ms Bradshaw. I'll move on. There's 2 areas that I wanted to seek answers from the Department of Home Affairs and ASD on matters that have been raised in submissions and raised today in oral evidence. And perhaps I'll seek the assistance of the chair here. I'm conscious that there's theoretically 9 minutes to go. So bearing that in mind, I'll leave it up to ASD and Department of Home Affairs as to both what oral response you can give now, and maybe you can send something in writing to the committee by tomorrow, if that's acceptable to you, Chair, or Friday lunchtime or something like that.
Yeah, thanks,
we
Mr.
are in a
Dreyfus.
great hurry. So
I'll just intercede here just to assist. I
Yeah.
think we've been pretty disciplined in not putting any questions on notice up until now.
no,
if
I
there's
don't
only-
want to.
Yeah, no, I understand. No, what I'm saying is if there's only one or two, then I think that will be manageable for the committee as long as the department and ASD are in a position to provide answers really within 24 hours would be the absolute maximum for the committee. So I'll let you proceed, Mr. Dreyfus, and we'll see how we go.
Fine. The first one then it goes to the matter raised by Macquarie Telecoms in their submission, which was mentioned by and explained to some extent Mr. John Stanton on behalf of the Communications Alliance. And it goes to the point that Macquarie made in their submission, which the department has not commented on in its supplementary submission. And that is very directly that the bill in its current form winds back the definition of the defined term critical data storage or processing asset, so that it would now exclude assets that are used to store or process most forms of Commonwealth and state or territory government data. And the question that I'm looking for an answer to is why are the data service providers that underpin government functions no longer considered to be critical infrastructure providers? In other words, why is the department apparently not interested in receiving notification about cyber incidents that affect their assets, or not interested in enabling ASD to provide technical assistance to them in the event of serious cyber attack? Because that's the effect of this winding back of the definition. There will be providers, which would include Macquarie, who have government data that's under attack from a hack, and under this new regime, ASD would not be alerted so as to defend that government data. So that's a question which I'd like you to try and, if you want to have a little quick go now, just for the assistance of colleagues, I'd be interested in the answer to that.
It would have to be very quick, otherwise I think it'll have to be on notice.
Sure, very quickly. The deep consultation we took with the data storage and processing sector was perhaps the most comprehensive engagement with the whole sector. I think Mr. Stanton's evidence to you was that the sector was a little bit divided in terms of their definitional requirement. What we're trying to do here is really focus on what is critical data storage, including for the government. So that's why the government's landed on business critical data for critical infrastructure and for the government as well, because that's the critical bit of data that is of importance. It doesn't mean that there are not other things in the legislation, including the hosting certification framework. We heard the evidence, but our evidence back to you is the hosting certification framework is much more onerous, if you like, in terms of risk management program, including the vetting of staff, including adhering to the PSPF, continual posture assessment, periodic reviews. So the government is both protecting their data through the hosting certification framework. This is in addition to that business critical data that exists in the Commonwealth, states and territories. If there is a national security reason for additional protection of data, the government could choose to do that under Section 51.
That was exceptionally quick, thank you. Mr. Dreyfus, your next question, then Kevin Andrews has one quick question at the end. Sorry, Mr. Dreyfus, you're on mute.
It helps when people do it for you.
I'll just go through a couple more questions, and I don't need an answer now. I'm very conscious of the time. Why has the definition of business critical data not been actually broadened to reflect the types of data assets that are actually relevant to the functioning of governments? And you don't have to answer now. Tell us tomorrow in writing if you can. Given that government doesn't seem to be a critical infrastructure sector in its own right, with the exception of defence, what is this legislation actually going to do to promote the resilience of Australian governments and the critical services that they provide? Now, the other lot of questions I've got went to the matters raised by the Australian Council of Trade Unions and the Electrical Trades Union. The Australian Council of Trade Unions, of course, represents millions of Australian workers, but as far as I could see, the department in its supplementary submission didn't think it was worthwhile responding to the point that was made by the ACTU in its written submission. So can I ask, perhaps by way of shorthand, was the department in a position to listen to the evidence that was given by the ACTU and the ETU between 12:15 and 12:45 today?
Yes, we certainly were, and in addition to that, I have personally engaged with both the ETU and the ACTU. We've read their submissions, we have understood their position, and I think we will provide some further information to you. But anything in this bill or proposed Act of Parliament doesn't abrogate responsibilities of employers under the Fair Work legislation, under WHS legislation, under the right of entry for union officials. There's nothing in this legislation that prohibits any of those existing lawful obligations that are inherent in law.
Well, that's heartening, but that's something that, as so often before, the department's saying to this committee, take that on trust, because there's nothing in this bill that actually says what you've just said, is there?
There is in the explanatory memorandum and quite commentary on, to respond to the issues that was put to us from the ETU, that some employers were purportedly using this bill to surveil and monitor staff. There's nothing in this bill that allows them to do that. If it's illegal today, if this bill passes, it would still be illegal. There's no governing legislation that gives them the ability to do what the allegations alleged. And we did communicate that to particularly the ETU, and I did offer my services to talk to any company that the ETU had concerns with and to explain to them the proposed legislation and what it does and what it doesn't do.
I'm not going to ask for an oral answer, but I'd ask you to respond in writing to the point made by the ACTU and the ETU that when one goes to the exposure draft of the rules that is attached to the department's submission to this committee, we see in respect of the definition of critical component TBA, which means that the definition of critical worker can't be made sense of. And it would be helpful for both the public, the community of Australia, the union movement and this committee to know what is intended there, because it's an obvious problem to determine what the scope of what the government has in mind might be.
Yeah, I agree, Mr Dreyfus, and I covered that in response to Senator McAllister's question and outlined that the intention is to rectify that.
Now, finally, I'd ask for a comment, and do it in writing, on the proposals that the ACT and the ETU have put forward in their submissions, which you didn't comment on previously, although you commented on quite a number of other submissions, that specifically put forward a range of checks and balances in relation to this background checks question, if you could.
Certainly, and I've given evidence today about the merits review that's available for components of the AUSCHECK check, both from ASIO's point of view and the criminal history check, so we can provide some further information that addresses those concerns.
Well, since you've said that, it does not go to the merits review available in respect of an AUSCHECK in respect of an individual worker. We are not talking about that kind, and neither is the ACTU or the ETU talking about that kind or that aspect of AUSCHECK. They are talking about the systems approach to be adopted by individual employers and the unreviewability under the current legislation and the current rules of those systems. So I'm not interested, and I don't think my colleagues on the committee are interested in receiving information about the merits review that is available in respect of AUSCHECK for individual workers. We know about that already. These rules and this legislation goes to industry-wide systems, and it's reviewability in respect of that that the recommendations of the ACTU go to. Just to be clear.
Thank you for the clarification. We'll have a look at that.
Thank you, Mr. Dreyfus. We'll just quickly go to Mr. Andrews.
Very briefly, Mr. Chair, to Ms. Bradshaw, and I ask this as a recent member of this committee, and I'm interested in relation to your very early remarks about the failure to meet the essential 8 functions, and if they had met, that would lead to an 85% mitigation. In your experience or observation, is that a failure to apprehend the risks involved, or a complacency, or what is it?
Well, it is a mixture of items. My candid experience briefing a number of boards and CEOs and entities is consistent with the evidence which I listened to this morning from a number of those commercial entities. All of them appreciate, many of them accepted, that the threat environment is deteriorating. I think one aspect most definitely is the speed of that deterioration. I spoke of the start point when we began these hearings, and what I felt at that time was an unprecedented level. I think that word should be outruled from now on. An increasing frequency and sophistication of actors. That has increased in terms of volume now, but the speed with which those methods of compromise are being utilised has also increased. So, for example, we have seen so-called zero-day vulnerabilities like the Log4j vulnerability or the Microsoft Exchange vulnerability be compromised within hours of public notification. And that means that systems of mitigation like the Essential 8, our informed people work on those on an annual basis and update them consistent with the threat environment, because we have the resources and the visibility to do that, to generate a set of mitigations which are informed by a very broad understanding of that threat environment. So I think it is both a consequence of not of will at the top of companies, because that's not my experience with CEOs and boards, but more of the translation of that at the operational level, and also the speed with which the environment has changed and that controls need to be altered.
And so finally, in coming to the question about the need for the urgency of this legislation, therefore, is it fair to say, and I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but is it fair to summarise what you've said as that both the incidents and the nature of these cyber attacks has really increased when you put that all together in an exponential way?
Most definitely that is right. The difference, I think, but the underlying part is that we have not seen a radical change in the uptake of basic cybersecurity measures which would obviate those that otherwise increase in volume and prosecution. And that is what is required to change the risk profile for Australian networks.
Thank you, Ms. Bradshaw. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Andrews. Thank you, witnesses, very much for your attendance and your assistance to the committee today. As always, we're grateful for that. There are a very small number of questions which were taken on notice, which, as I said, would be grateful for your expedited return of, so we can complete our report in time for the Parliament to be in a position to consider it when it returns in March. With that, I declare the hearing closed. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, everyone.